All right, I'm back. We're back. Let's get some of this other stuff going. Good, good. My environment up here. Getting back in line. Getting back on working some systems. I had a couple of things I had to go talk about. I had to go work on some. If you guys have never seen Open On Demand, it's kind of a cool little tool. So, if you've never seen Open On Demand, it's just an it's a tool that allows organizations to give out portions of their large execution environments to people in a way that they can use without having to. Ends up being pretty good, actually. Hold on. Let me go to Coworking here. I'm going to modify this up just a little bit so I can see this a little better. I know it's going to move some things around for a second, but I'm going to make that a little bigger. Right. Looks like I got a double. Get rid of that one. All right, that looks a little better. All right, it looks a little better. We're getting there. All right. So yeah, there's Ranger Dog. Yeah, I had to talk a little bit about this tool here, Open On Demand, and how it works. And if you guys haven't used it, you have these applications that are enabled with it where you can give a user that logs in the ability to use like Jupyter notebooks and then run workloads on your high performance compute system or something like that. But without, I mean, it just simplifies it all. As they like to put it, and I kind of like this way of thinking, they put it as you don't need to put people at a command line anymore. Like, we've talked about this, how we're the Linux guys, right? We're the Linux people. We're the ones that do all the Linux. We're the ones that are in the back end, keeping the servers running and stuff. But the other people, you know, the people that are just wanting to do research, they don't necessarily want to be experts in Linux. They don't necessarily want to be running command line stuff. Yeah, I mean, some researchers have to learn that to kick off their jobs and stuff, but if they can get good with their tooling, like their Jupyter notebooks, and then another one that's real big is the R Studio, right? They shouldn't necessarily have to know all the Linux to be able to do all the work, right? We should be able to supply that for them, and that's what this tool does, this Open On Demand. So it's a pretty good little tool, pretty good little way of running things for the customers. So I was helping a customer set that up and get that running, and kind of talking about my experience with it. And then also, they had me there for some security stuff. So I was sending them over just like security baselining stuff inside of a werewolf cluster. I've shown you guys some of that stuff before. We've been pretty involved in that, right? Hardening our systems down and looking at what the state of systems are and that kind of stuff. One of the things I'll have to write or have to start working on here is let's go like hammer one here. Hey Paul, thanks for the resubscription of Prime. You've been around a long time. If you guys don't know, I've known Paul, oh gosh, I've probably known Paul since 2013, 2014-ish. We used to work out together. So Paul, thanks for coming around, hanging out. We're gonna have to have an event over here one of these days where we get you and Pesta and other local guys together, and then we'll hang out on Twitch or something and talk with everybody in the group and stuff. That'd be cool. Have like a little meetup here. Actually, Paul's one of the guys who's come to my retro game nights before. He's been here when I've done the, you know, we'll have the little retro pies out and the old modded Xbox that has like, you know, 10,000 arcade games on it. We'll just play like WWE Rumble and chuck each other outside of like the big cage and stuff. It's pretty fun. It's a fun time, fun thing to do. We do it whenever the wife goes out of town. That's always fun. So, all right, where else am I at here? We're watching our systems kind of churn through. We got a little shopping cart set up. Some of you guys. Oh, actually, if I refresh this should have a new. Hold on. That's funny. Let's see. Let's go there anyways. Reload. Hide advanced. would have thought that that would have come up anyways, but it was weird that it's giving us a privacy error now. Might have to go fix something on there. Oh. Interesting. Yeah, it's definitely not the way that we want that to go. All right, we'll skip that for now. I'll try to fix that in one of my other windows. Never fear. I was gone for a little bit. I was working on some stuff for work, but now we're back. We're doing some Linux. I'm getting an error on the site, which is not normal. Let's go look at the old fourth wall dashboard, see if there's something busted over there. It looks like something's wrong with it. So I'm checking on it over here. Hold on. Domain. I didn't change anything with it, so it shouldn't. Huh. Yeah, that's a weird one. It's always DNS. Yeah. I mean, we definitely have... The site should be generally up. I didn't change anything. It's almost like something just got busted recently. Well, I want to go check the site. It looks like it's right when I go directly to it. Almost like the redirect's not working anymore. Looks like I busted the site certificate. All right, well, we'll worry about that later. All right, anyways, so we've got all this stuff going on. Let's go look at our Hammer server real quick. Let's go look at one of our Hammer servers here real quick, and then I'll pull up my notes real quick because I think you guys will be able to see those. Get my notes going. There we go. Notepad. Bring up the notepad and go check a couple things here. Okay. We've got all those Stigs that we can download, but we also want to check on, let's clear the screen up and go look at a couple of things. Good OpenSCAP. Let's install it real quick and just see. We're just gonna go check on the system. Hey Ayasobu, how's it going? We're just kind of working, not work too hard. We're just hanging out and listening to a little music in the background and checking on some stuff. Let's go to let's see if we can go find this. Oh shoot, I can't remember where this is. Let me go look. Let me go look. I got some notes here. User share XML SCAP. Shoot. Well, I don't see that then. SCAP. Let's see what other tools there are around here. How's it going, Dave Dev? Hopefully this stuff's useful to you guys. We're just we're not working too hard right now. Let me get that other... Yeah, that's fine. We can leave that other stuff in the background. SCAP security guide. We don't need that. SCAP workbench. Don't need that. Open SCAP scanner. That's what we want. There we go. That's what we wanted. I would have thought it would have put that in there. We're looking for a very specific, as we put this in. So we had OpenSCAP and OpenSCAP scanner. Maybe it's the utils. Let's see. Give it the old college try, which some of you know isn't very hard. Yep, say yes. Might leave all those. Huh. Still nothing, huh? Well, that's strange. I think we should have user share XML. I think it would have been there. Huh. I guess not. Let's try something. Let's try a command I've got. Although I know this isn't gonna, well, actually let's search something. Let's try to find something. Oops, not all that. Give it all that. Let's go try to find just this. All right, give it a little try here. Yeah, I'm using it a lot for stuff. Forcing 100's hard, man. That's a real treat to go all the way to 100. Trying to get systems to work. Oh, didn't find anything, huh? Huh. Nothing. All right, well. Let's see if I can't. I gotta go look up something else. SCAP security guide. Let's try this other one. There's another one we might need to add. see. Ah, I think that's the XML I need. There it is. There's rel 9. So there we go, because we're on rel 9. Okay. Okay. So that's the right one that I need for this basic fix that I have then. Okay, good. So what I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to go grab history. We're going to install SCAP security guide. So we'll have all those. And then we should from there be able to do the general. Where's my other command that I was just doing? I never ran it. Give me a second. Go find my Stig. We're going to run this command, but the command will be a little different. Oh, we'll already have Stigs. Okay. We'll just leave it in here. And I'm going to run this command, but it's going to be slightly different because we're using rel 9. And it'll still be draft. All that will be the same. That's fine. All that stuff should be the same. There we go. All right, perfect. So that's what we needed right there. So we're going to make the people generate that, and then we're going to make them read through their Stigs. And we'll do some reviewing of Stigs this week. But that's not all we're doing. That's not all we're doing. We're also going to be doing securing of the actual system. We're going to be looking at, I'm probably going to find, you know what, I'm going to have something in here connect out, and then you're going to have to find it. So that'll be a fun little one for you guys. Yeah, there's a Discord for people that want it. So like, so my laptop wish me luck. Nice. Yeah, data dev. Sorry, I was like super focused, so I didn't read what you guys were saying. But yeah, Street Track. That's what we're gonna be doing. I'm gonna have you guys doing that in the lab, and also I'm gonna have you guys practicing it and learning how to do it. Yes, because Street Track. That's the way that I remediate Stigs. But then sometimes I have to pull out more and more to get it to run because we're using a containerized environment in Werewolf. But that's a part of the dance too, like understanding where these different things happen. So, Stigs are so fun until they're not fun. Yeah, Isubu, they're definitely a hassle, but they're, oh fuck, I just cut my foot pretty good. With my I have one of these little plastic things, and I was like looping it up, and I put my foot under it, and it got caught pretty good. Anyways, that's what I get for fucking around with my little plastic thing while I'm talking. You know those little things that are spiky on the bottom so your chair can roll on them? Yeah, I just stabbed myself with one of those pretty good in the foot. Oh, anyways. Let's say Stig remediation with Ansible. And then we'll say Stig remediation with Ansible. This will be Stig. So this is Stig remediation with Ansible 1. This is Stig remediation with Ansible open SCAP. And then we're going to, open SCAP. And then we're going to say, we're going to compare them. Because it's both Ansible playbooks that will do the basic remediations, but which one do we want to do? What are the trade-offs with using the different ones? So we can also do it with bash. You guys want to see what it looks like with bash? It's messy, but let's watch. I'll change the scanner, the remediation type here. Fixed type can be bash. And we'll do DISA remediation.sh. And now I'm gonna grab this real quick. I'll say just for fun. Okay, and then so here it is in bash. Here's how it'll fix these things. Turn on the crypto policies. And you can do these all individually if you want or all together. Yeah, so I just did it to both different ones. There's the two ways you do it. Fixed type bash or fixed type Ansible. But we'll do it as part of the lab, and then so that'll be one component of the lab will be Stigs, right? We're always doing Stigs and understanding how to harden the box. We've looked at why we harden systems. That's all part of this. Let me get rid of my notepad for a second here. That's all part of this other stuff that we were looking at here, right? Where, you know, we started off here and we were building standards and compliance. Now we're going to be securing the network, but we're still just doing Stigs. And then the next one will be user access and system integration, and then Bastion. And the user access one will for sure deal with some Stigs. My Bastion and air gaps won't necessarily deal with Stigs, but it will show you how to secure a system in a different way. Or excuse me, a set of systems behind a Bastion, which is just another way to protect things, another way to keep things over to the side. Paul, did you see, I don't know if you're still here, Paul, did you see that we got a little shop now? I think it's back working. Got a little shop. Oh, no, still busted right now. I don't know why it was working a little while ago. I'll leave that off for now, but I'll go figure out what that. Yeah, a little shop for like stuff from we're using Fourth Wall. People can just get little Linux stuff if they want it. Hold on, let me. Oh, what's going on with their? I don't know why it's busted right now. It is resolving. I mean, I don't have it local, so I have an alternate link that should work. Let me go look at the domain. Yeah, I can flush my D. Oh, I know exactly what it is. Hold on. I know exactly what that is. Never fear. It's good that you say that. I was trying to get connect. Hold on. Let me turn something off real quick. I turned that off. That's exactly what it is. Yep, there it is. It's a good call. So I have a Boris, that was good. That was a good call. I was connected to I actually have 2 VPNs running right now in my home for customer. And that was, so I was on this other VPN and they didn't have it set. Okay. Yeah. So that was this other VPN I'm in. So I'm actually using OpenVPN to my company. And then I'm using this separate VPN over to, it's a Cloudflare VPN to a customer. So they don't do a split tunnel, whereas my work does. So everything that we were just doing was going through them. I just turned that off though. So I should now be connected to you guys directly, which is kind of funny. Kind of funny that was like that. Look at Ranger Dog down there, guys. Look at him. That dog. So yeah, Colcus, I'm just hanging out for a second stream where, I did all my work stuff that I was doing, meetings, and then now I'm just kind of hanging out. I'll be just on for a little bit, kind of cleaning some stuff up and working on some stuff. I got stuff going in the other windows, so you know, keeping stuff kind of happy and healthy around here. Dead and I am not working too hard. No, I'm working on a little bit of stuff. And Isobu, I'll be around. Yeah, come hang out in the Discord. I know you're down there, but I will be here on Saturday, guys. Yep, we'll be working on systems. I think we got some good stuff set up for you guys, for people that want to do the security course. I think we got a lot of stuff, because now the other two things I'll be doing is we'll be locking the system down there, and then we'll be using probably TCP dump and ngrep to look at what's going on, and then we'll probably also maybe harden yeah, maybe we'll start up a web server and see all the errors that happen with, because we have some of you guys know in the Hammer block servers we have SE Linux running, but we only have it in a permissive mode. So we can start up a web server and then see what the native problems are and the things that we'd have to fix without it actually breaking. And that's kind of a nice little function of SE Linux nowadays. Now, I do not run SE Linux on a lot of stuff, but I do use it for this. No, we're not going to necessarily do the CIS benchmarks, Deaden. We won't have time for them all, but hopefully just reading Stig and reading any other type of compliance stuff will hopefully make that easier for people, though. So that's what I'm hoping. That's what I'm hoping will happen. That it'll get kind of better. You guys probably also know I'm oh, I don't know. I forgot what I was talking about. But we have, yeah, plenty of system stuff, plenty of things to look at, and I'm just kind of working on some other stuff while we're hanging out. Let's go check on Discord. Looks like stuff's going on down there in Discord. That's funny. All right. Good. Fractal Cal, you said you wanted to learn system design, maybe make sure your project works from front end to back end, maybe a book course recommendation. I don't have any good ones. I do know that LeanPub has some good stuff on all of that. Let me go look on LeanPub. Hold on a second here. leanpub.com. Just go to regular LeanPub. They have all kinds of stuff on LeanPub. I'm a big fan of LeanPub because you can go get books that somebody's still working on, or you can get a book that's already done. So if you're doing architecture stuff, Gregor Hope is really well known. I've seen him talk on some AWS stuff. But yeah, there's good stuff out there. You just have to look around for it. Maybe ask for, maybe find some stuff that's interesting to you. But no, I don't have any good names or courses really to go on for that. I would tell you find a community of people that are doing that stuff and go work on that. I do think that LeanPub is really good though. Like as far as just they have good books, and if anybody ever updates their books, you get all of the updates in perpetuity. So like I have a book on there, other people have books on there. There's really good stuff on there. So I'm a fan of it. All right, let's see what's going on. Oh, I'm getting messages on Slack. Let me go check my Slack for a little bit while we're hanging out here. I have people that I work with that are out. They got no power. Because is anybody here on the East Coast? Anybody here get hit with that power or the big storms? I know some of the guys are dealing with that on my team with Noah. Some of the guys are really hammered right now. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah. It could be excuses. That's funny. Although the system's running along pretty well. But there are some pretty good sized storms floating around right now. Hitting a lot of people. We don't need to see that one anymore. Got Malbian Linux. One of our guys, Camby, was running that for people, getting into malware and pen testing. Thought that was kind of a cool little project. That's why I have that up there. You guys get involved with that stuff too if you want. You want to get involved with making your own little distro of Linux or working with other people. We'll probably pull the Six Sigma stuff off there. We just had this up there for people that wanted to learn the engineering side of improving processes. I think that's an important, valuable thing. SRE books. We'll leave the SRE books up there because that's valuable. Although, do they have this in a dark mode? I don't know if they have that in dark mode. But site reliability engineering is pretty good. Yeah, they got some other good resources that are out there. I don't know. Ranger, that dog. All right, that's Ranger. We're gonna get more on the site here. Those were just little ones that me and the wife were messing with yesterday. I'll get some of the other sayings that we like to use around here up there on the little site there. Because people like the professional Linux users group stuff. Move that over a little bit. Hold on. A little better. Okay. All right. So we got most of the stuff set up. I may be on later tonight too, and I might be working on some stuff. We're also going to start our academic stuff again. So I know on Sunday nights I was always talking about just having us read and work through some, reading and evaluating how good we thought some docs were that were out there. That'll be heavily academic stuff, but if people want to get involved with that and learn how to read, it's learning how to read technical stuff, right? Like learning how to read research and getting into data and see what data are telling us about a system, right? Very important skills to kind of foster if you're going to be doing that kind of stuff. What else? Yeah. No, Fractal Cow. I assure you, I thought I knew how to read, and I think most people think they know how to read, but then you get in and you see, there's like a way to quickly evaluate and then, decide if you even want to read the rest of the paper. And there's some good values there. Linux developer, how's it going? And also Danger Zone. I think that's required by law to go. Danger Zone. I can't even do it. I think my voice will crack too hard. Danger Zone, right? Danger Zone Dad, thanks for the follow. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. We just, we're not working too hard today. It's not our normal type of thing, but I've been trying to get I was out all last week in California doing jiu-jitsu, so I'm back now and, hanging out and talking shop and fair enough. So this is, we've got everything spinning over there. I think I've got a pretty good setup. I don't want to pull up the docs and start working on the documents for next week yet, but we'll probably get into that. One of the things I might do, though, I might do this here today, is I want to show you guys something about Open On Demand that you might not know. If you get ready to go build Open On Demand, the requirements are quite large. Like the minimum hardware requirements of the system are 16 cores and 64 gigs of RAM. They don't have a quantified minimum, but the VMs that run it should be at least about here. Per pun, and our on-demand instances serves over 600 unique users each month at any given time, has 60 to 100 pun resources running. So it looks like they've got a pretty good, this is actually a nice little way to look at it. So 150 megs of memory per pun, right? And that's per, I think that's user, whatever. And then the average CPU per user Nginx. Oh, so that's pun per user Nginx is 4%. Okay. So that means we should be able to get, if that's only 4%, you should reasonably be able to run 20 puns on one box that's of that size, right? Then we can go do a little bit of math if we wanted to figure out exactly what we thought that looked like, but should be good. Fred, Fractal Cow said this is Curse request, but can I have a dual boot with Windows and Nix? So, I mean, you can dual boot anything you want, I guess, but I can tell you I haven't professionally dual booted in over 15 years because nowadays it's so easy to just have it's so easy nowadays to just run a containerized image or a virtual machine somewhere else. Yeah, Danger Zone Dad, I have a pretty fair amount of, so I'll pull you guys up a thing real quick. Hold on. Let me see if I have it here. Oh, apparently it's not going to pull up for me. Hold on. Let me just get a new PowerPoint. I'll show you guys my little operational meeting. This is, let me turn this on so you guys can see. I'll just pull this up so you guys can see it here for a second. This is my home lab hardware. This is it's my home lab hardware environment right here. So that's like what I have in the home lab right now. So I could take one of these that's not being used too much, and I have a few of these that are not being utilized so much right now, and I could probably spare a little bit and build one of those up. You're rocking Linux Mint on an M2 and Windows on another. Grub bootloader option says my Windows bootloader, so I just boot the grub first. Yeah, you can do that. And you're running Linux Mint on AWS, I take it, if you're talking M2. Yeah, if you're doing that on a cloud server, oh, you're definitely spending some money there. No, the real question is, how many lows would Rob Lowe rob if Rob Lowe did Rob Lowe's? M2 NV, I see. Yeah. Yeah, if you guys haven't heard that one before, I like that one. How many lows would Rob Lowe rob if Rob Lowe did Rob Lowe's? I want to know which children. So some of the pieces of equipment here were before I was married. So the box with 12 and 32 was before we were married, as was the. But there's no box. None of my servers up here cost me more than $200. So each. So like, two of them I got from Michael Pessa, and then the other ones I had already had, or I got one from my friend Jared. Both those guys have come and talked to the group over the years. I've probably only got about $600-700 in my home lab for all the years I've been doing it. No, it's not bad at all for how much I get out of it and how much you guys get out of it. Foster has said, I don't know how to say that. I think it's just Foster. I'll call you Foster. I just went back to dual boot because anti-cheat breaks gaming on Windows. I didn't know that. I've heard things about these anti-cheats, and I don't know what to think of it. Like, I don't know enough about it, unfortunately. But mainly because I just don't do gaming as much as I used to. Like, I'll play some Brotato here and there, but mostly I just... yeah, so this is the capacity of the home lab right here. I'm going to get rid of that. And then... oh, that's our little primer for Linux. We don't need that right now either. As long as we have our little chat going. Yeah. As long as we got our little closed captioning going still, we're good. But the point is, I think I could run this on a smaller box. And then I'm using Rocky 9. And I'm using the architecture of x86-64. So I'd be right there. LSOF sudo and on-demand repository. So, and then on the compute nodes, we just need the ability to do nmap, ncat, turbo VNC, and WebSockify, and then we'd be able to connect. So I might do a little bit of this just to set this up and see what the installation looks like. But our connection out, because again, we're always dealing with this one thing. Cox blocks port 80. So we may have to come in, like I might have you guys come in on a different port, which isn't a big deal when we're talking a connection to a system. If we're talking like a connection to the server, obviously for a web page, I need to use port 80 because you need to come in on your, your web browser. But if you're coming in on something like this, I have no problem telling you use port 9090 or, 9100 or something. Like I don't mind telling you guys to use a different port for some of this stuff. There's no problem with that if you're just going to plug it into something that you're programmatically grabbing, So, yeah. I would tell you guys nowadays, I don't think you really need, I really don't think you need to dual boot ever again. Like, if you got a Windows machine, just open up Oracle VirtualBox. You can do damn near everything you need. But if you're like, well, I need to be more productional. Okay, if it needs to be more productionalized, then you might need to just pay something on the cloud. But you can get a very basic little dev environment in the cloud for free for a year. AWS will give you a free whatever the hell those ones are called, T1 or T.5 or whatever, and that thing at least will run shit and test. So, yeah. Cox does not block 443, no. At least not from what I saw. When I read the docs, it was only 80. And they said it was for 80 and 25 for mail. And they say it's for your safety, but it's really because they don't want to be a mail relay and a web host. Well, even if I was, anything that I could be doing, you guys would still have to connect to my system on port 80. So the way my system connects, because your browser won't connect any other way. No. Well, so no, I can go out and get port 80. I can't host port 80. So, yeah, for internal to my home lab, I can go out anywhere I want. I'm going to the web right now, like Scaladraw. But I'm saying hosting, because we host the web page from internal. So if you guys go to our web page, this is hosted on our page, and then this is the architecture for how it gets shared. You guys actually go to AWS CloudFront when you go to prolog.org, and then it comes back over this way. So you love Tailscale server function is the most new favorite. Yeah. I've heard good things about Tailscale. I might need to get involved with that a little. I haven't really gotten in there any. I've been mostly just focused on getting other stuff running. I was wrestling all weekend, so that's why I was gone. Got this thing going. I think this is looking okay. Little hoodie. A little, not hoodie. This is embroidered, so I thought that was kind of cool looking. Beanie cap. That's what that thing is. Yeah. So I got a bunch more ideas because you guys have the, we have all those things we say to each other all the time in the damn Discord. Some of the guys said they wanted me to make it's pronounced Scoot with the little red eyes, so I might have to do that because that's kind of funny. No need to write a patch here in Nginx confs. ACL's handled through it. Set your subpaths. Interesting. Z-Love, are you hosting out there though? Are you like hosting the servers out there, or are you hosting stuff somewhere else? That's mostly what I'd be looking at. Also, I think I told you guys I moved to this other office in my house, and it's like 10 degrees colder on average than my other office. My other office was always so warm. So now it's like I'm just sitting here freezing in here. I always have to keep the house super cold in summer because the other office is so warm, and I'd be sitting there sweating. But now I'm sitting in here like kind of, I wouldn't say freezing quite, but I'm quite cold compared to normal. That's kind of funny. Good problem to have, I guess, when it's about to be summer in Arizona. But yeah, Z-Love, I'll have to check that out because that's. They call it all Wirecard. That was interesting. That's real interesting. We'll leave Tailscale up here. Haplo Echo, how's it going? It's been a while. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. We are just kind of hanging out. It's Monday, so not working too hard. I'm leaned far back away from my mic, so hopefully you guys can still hear me. But yeah, we're just kind of going. I'll look for Tailscale serve in a second. I'm just sitting back and relaxing in my nice cold office now. Thinking about grabbing the little blanket that my wife has on the beanbag chair over there. Throwing that on me just so I'm not so cold. You guys are using Tailscale in and out, it looks like. Yeah, free for users, enterprise. I would probably have to do something more enterprise for the size of kind of the connections that Prolog gets, but that wouldn't be too bad. Typically, it's all reasonable. A lot of these costs are reasonable as long as I can kind of justify it to the wife. Prolog, it's Professional Linux Users Group. That's what we run. It's the professional. It's a goal of ours to get people that are amateurs or hobbyists in this space and help them become professionals in this space. There's a lot of people that just play around with Linux. It's like like a cult. But it's the thing is, yeah, our goal is to take people from being hobbyists, which most of us, we do this stuff for fun, but then you can also do it and make good money at it as well. And that's what we kind of work on, getting people over that hump. Oh no. Prolog is just our name, Professional Linux Users Group. It's kind of funny. No. We're not. No, we're not. No, we're not doing anything cool like a framework. No. No, the main thing we do around here, I guess, would be probably run our little Professional Linux Users Group courses, which are right now Linux Systems Administration and Security Engineering. And then we tell people about Linux, and then we got a little home lab environment that they can hop into, and then they can just mess with Linux labs and see how the systems work. And we run a bunch of stuff over on Killer Coda where you can go learn Ansible, and I have a bunch of Ansible and Linux labs and that kind of stuff. Azure application gateways, yeah, for sure. Yeah, there's so much stuff. So, yeah, a lot of times we're just sitting around messing around with Linux, seeing what kind of fun things we can figure out, seeing what kind of things fit in with whatever we're doing. I actually feel like one of those little penguins in the ice box right now, too. A bunch of penguins in the server room. That's what that little picture is. That's what I feel like right now. I feel like I'm in a cold ass server room. So I'm reading about this host on demand server. I might set one of those up. Get access in there, let everybody connect in and see what kind of connections and stuff we can do. That might be a fun little project here in the future. Yeah. Have I done any Elasticsearch? Yeah, I've done Elasticsearch. I've also done a fair amount of OpenSearch, which is what AWS did to Elasticsearch after they did their little server-side licensing thing. Yeah, I've done Elasticsearch with Logstash and Kibana back in the day, which was commonly, for some of you guys, known as the ELK stack, ELK. But yeah, I've done a fair amount of that, and pull information out of like logs and stuff and servers. There's a pretty good little model that a lot of high performance compute uses now, where logs get thrown into Apache Kafka, and then they get pulled out by OpenSearch or Elasticsearch on the end, and then Kibana can look at them all or whatever. So that's kind of a nice little way that I've seen it done or set up. I used to do metric beat to Elasticsearch. That was a fun little thing. I did that with about 70 servers back in the day. But nowadays, I kind of work on. I don't think I've built anything for any kind of real scale that was under like 300 systems in a while. Most of my server groups are 1,200 and higher, because I mostly work on high performance compute right now. But when I say that, I had to qualify that because I do build systems that only have like 30 nodes in them, but they're like the dev system of some bigger cluster, or they're like this just system that's designed to be there to run and then be, cannibalized whenever they need it. So I work a few different systems that are like that. This is all of our Ansible labs. So we got a bunch of free labs over on Killer Coda. Any of you guys can do anything you want with them. Here's all the topics of the labs. There's Ansible labs, Linux labs. Those are the two major ones. We have some HashiCorp labs and some Kubernetes labs. So I'll link this over if anybody needs it. Those are always free labs. It's one of my favorite things about Killer Coda, is they've just always been free. So we can just go hop in any of these labs and it doesn't cost us anything, which is super, super useful. But I'm going to try to get some more labs built. I wanted to get one new lab a month all this year, and I've only done 2 so far this year. So I need to get another one and maybe another 2 done right now so that I'm a month ahead. So I'll be working on that here. Ansible to stick with rel base. I use Ansible with every version of Linux I can get my hands on, because the only requirement for Ansible is that you can connect to the server and that it has Python on it. And it's whatever Python interpreter that can be supported, which they just dropped support for Python 2 a little while ago, but Python 2's been dead for like 10 years, so nobody should have been using it. It was still being packaged with Red Hat, though, which is wild to me. Most people should be on Python 3 for like the last 10 years, but yeah, so for me, I can do Ansible to any server as long as it has a Python interpreter and a way in. And that way in does not have to be SSH, although I prefer SSH. If it's a Windows machine, it can be like WinRM or something like that. And then we connect to it that way too. So I've heard of Lucene. Somebody just was telling me about that the other day. Oh, Hayes was asking Danger Zone Dad about that. But I have heard about that probably from you guys, but I haven't played with that. We were talking about ZoneMinder earlier. ZoneMinder is an awesome little tool for doing CCTV. And I do need to set up a little more CCTV around my house and then get like just a image wall so that we can keep track of what's going on around the house here. Keep track of when the little coyotes go running by in my backyard. I get bunnies in my backyard. I don't really get coyotes in my backyard, but the coyotes go around the back sides of our houses sometimes. Like past our yard. I mean, they can't get through our block wall, so they go around the back. But the bunnies can get pretty much everywhere because they're bunnies. I've never used Python YOLO. Interesting. WireGuard with Tailscale. That's what it sounds like some of you guys are using. Wait, what was this thing I was supposed to search? I was supposed to search something in here. Oh, what's this thing you told me to search over here? Tailscale serve. Oh, okay. No, it's Tailnet as a local service running on devices and sharing service. Okay. That looks like an interesting little thing. I'll leave that up and check it out later. I've mentioned this before, but this song that's playing right now is used in the game Mechabellum, which is a pretty fun little game, Mechabellum. Yeah, it's close enough. That's not quite the game's name, but that's pretty close. It's just kind of nice. How would I detect that? Well, I detect them by their howls normally, but but I could detect them with a tool like the Zone Minder. Zone Minder will actually tell you when different objects or things that you want to define are in the view. And it can identify people and vehicles and most animals by default. So that's a pretty useful tool, that little, where the hell did it go? Zone Minder. It's got a lot of pretty good stuff with it already set up. We'll play with it again. We used to play with it in the home lab here, and then we'd have Ranger Cam on it. But now Ranger Cam's back on Grafana. Look at that dog. I don't even always know if he's still alive, but then I go down there and he's still breathing. So, yeah, well, I could hear the howls. That's how I know. Oh, I didn't know they had bird call detection. That's actually pretty cool. Yeah. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Me and the wife were laying in bed the other night, and we heard something really fucking weird in our backyard area, like, or the neighbor's backyards. We're not sure. I mean, they're not super close to us, but we could, hear if something was in there. And I looked over at her, and it was dark, and I had my glasses off, so I literally can't see 3 feet away. I go, was that in your phone? And she goes, no, I thought that was, like, she's like, what was that? And I'm like, I have no idea what that was. It sounded like an animal being killed. So I had to go back and check out what was going on back there. But like I couldn't see anything, so then I have this ultra bright flashlight. Oh, that reminds me, I got to show that to the wife because she didn't even see it. I'm like, you didn't see my ultra bright flashlight that can like turn a whole room into like a bright white, like you can't even see. It's so bright. And she's like, no, I didn't know you had one of those. I'm like, yeah, it's right next to one of my guns. What are you talking about? Yeah, like this thing will flash you or strobe you in a way that you can't see. So, yeah, thanks for coming by, Z-Love. I appreciate it. Yeah, this chupacabra. Chupacabras are a little further south down in Mexico. They might. It said chupacabra. I said chupacabras, like goat suckers. There it is. I got it. Okay, they're down in Mexico more, but they might come up to southern Arizona. Not all the way up to Phoenix, probably though. I'm just kidding. If you guys have never seen Mike Tyson's Mysteries, you should definitely give those things a shot one of these days. That's a pretty wild show that's just not appropriate for anybody. They have a chupacabra on one of the episodes. It's pretty funny. All right. But yeah, we're just keeping everything up to date here. Yeah, Control Byte. They were talking about Tailscale right before you got here. I've just been leaving things up there that we've been talking about throughout the day. I had left for a little while because they needed me to talk about some open on demand with one of our customers. So I was in there talking to them about just the things that pop up and the things that happen. So then I was in here looking at some tools, and people were mentioning different things that were interesting to them. So yeah, it should pop back around here in a little bit to Tailscale again. It should be in there. Yeah, everybody was on earlier. Robodom was around, a bunch of different people. Oh, you're going to put on a Cade's operator. Okay. I bet there's some good skills to be had there. Some good stuff going on there. Yeah, it looks like they got a lot of solutions, a lot of different stuff, a lot of things that might be able to help you out. Everybody here all caught up on their solo leveling? Everybody know how solo leveling's going? I finally watched the episode from this weekend last night with the wife. It's going well. I think it's doing good. Oh, Merlin can identify birds by calls made by Cornell. Nice. The yeah, that's pretty good. My dog sleeps like 23 and a half hours a day. The only time he's standing at like full attention is when there's food to be had. He'll come over if there's food to be had. Come hang out. Doing all the he doesn't do any of the Linux. He just hangs out and does none of the Linux. That's how Ranger rolls. Actually, I just heard him go outside, so I know he's not down there anymore. Yeah, Fractal Cow. Hopefully this stuff's useful. That's what we do. We try to show you guys stuff around. I mean, if you ask stuff down in Discord, people tend to give pretty good answers. I know most of the time, like if you go to a Discord of some kind of tech group and you ask any question, you'll get like 100. It's like, well, let me Google that for you. And I tell like a lot of the more senior guys not to do that because I'm like, well, I mean, some people just don't even know how to ask the question, right? Like they don't even know what they don't know about the things that you've been doing for years, you know? Like some people just need to, like there's terminology gaps, there's all this other stuff, so we try to get everybody. You stand at full attention when there's food. Fair enough, yeah. Yeah, Ranger's definitely there when there's food to be had, that's for sure. Oh, the wifey's calling. Hold on real quick. Hey, wifey, you're on stream with me and the guys. What's up?
Oh, okay. Then I won't say what I was going to say, but they did a cortisone shot with lidocaine in my knee.
Oh.
Oh my gosh, I feel like I'm 20 again.
Oh, don't wait, hold on. Don't do anything crazy on that knee just because they put cortisol. That's how they used to get football players back on the field. That's what they're. You ever seen the movie Friday Night Lights?
No.
That's where they shoot them up with cortisol and the kids keep going out until they get injured forever.
Oh.
So you better not do anything weird on your knee.
Yeah, she did say, take it easy today. She ordered some PT for me.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding you. Into the car, I was like, this is what it feels to walk pain-free. This is glorious.
Are you going to like run a 4 flat 40 now?
What?
Are you going to go run a 4 flat 40 at the combine right now?
No, I'm not. I'm going to drive back to work and work the rest of the day, but...
Okay.
But it feels so good. Like, yay!
All right.
So, all right.
Well, just text me whatever dirty thing you were going to tell me.
Okay, love you.
Love you. Bye. All right, you guys got to hear my wife talk for a little bit there. Sometimes she'll sit back in the little beanbag chair when I'm hanging out, and we'll sit around and have like discussions with the wife. But yeah, I guess because she went to a knee doc today because she was worried about her knee, and apparently they hit her up with some cortisol and lidocaine. And I'm like, but that's what they used to do to that's what they do to the college and high school students so they get back out on the field. Like, don't go doing backflips or nothing in the parking lot. Shit. Oh my gosh. She did say something dirty. That's exactly what she just said, Deaden. Good gosh. Okay, no, it's not that bad. But a freaking wife. Oh, I'm glad her knee's feeling better though. That's funny. Oh, I just saw something a little while ago for any of you guys ever seen the gosh, I thought Daredevil was great and I thought Punisher was great, but I thought Jessica Jones was one of the worst things ever. And then I thought Luke Cage was okay, but Iron Fist, man, if you guys saw Iron Fist, that was so bad. God, man, that guy they asked like 100 times per show, is that Danny Rand? Is that Danny Rand? Is that Danny Rand? And it was like, shut the fuck up. Yeah, it's Danny Rand. Leave. Who cares? I don't know. All right, I'll stop yelling. But it's some of the worst things ever. All right. He said, how not to ask a question. Hi, my question is related to networking. I worked 20 years in network engineering experience. Yeah, do you believe in dragons? Yeah, yeah. Actually, it's funny. I see a lot of people like I don't know what it is that Joe Rogan said because I don't listen to his stuff, but um everybody, no matter what he says or does anymore, I just see a bunch of like, but does he believe in dragons? And I'm like, I don't get it, nor do I care to. Like normally I get a lot of internet references, but I never bothered to learn that one because before Joe Rogan ever got popular, like he was like news radio and like had been a star on a reality TV show called what was the one where they dared people to do weird shit? Scare Factor or whatever. Fear Factor. That was it. But before he did all that stuff, or even during that, before he got super popular recently or super well known recently, he was in Brazilian Jiu Jitsu circles, and I just didn't like him even then. Like even when he was just like a bro, I just couldn't stand him. And like then he got super popular, and I'm just still like I just still can't stand him. But anyways, yeah, he was host of X Factor, Fear Factor. Yeah, yeah, Fear Factor. Streamer belief in dragons. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And that's the other thing is like I mean, I don't know about dragons, but yeah. My favorite thing was when Joe Rogan went on Dave Chappelle's show. And he's like, fear was never a factor for me, Joe. He goes, let me tell you something, Joe Rogan. I smoke rock. Fucking Dave Chappelle. Have you tried D&T? Yeah, even before all that stuff, though, he was like, so there's this, so in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, there's a school called 10th Planet. And they're a fine Jiu-Jitsu school, and they do good, and they produce a few world champions, and they're fine, whatever. But, like, a lot of the guys, I mean, it's just this whole other side of the sport that I, like, don't care for one way or the other. Like, and Joe Rogan's a big part of it. And somebody put it, like, one of the best ways I've ever heard it put, when Joe Rogan, they're like, Joe Rogan's what happens when you start smoking weed in your 40s. And I thought that was one of the funniest things I've ever heard. Because he's like, if you guys don't know, he didn't have all those tattoos and he didn't have all that other shit until he was like in his 40s. It was weird. Like, he didn't have a full arm tattoos and sleeves and all that shit. He did that like after he started smoking weed in his 40s, which, like, I don't know. I don't care what other people do, but I just think it's weird. So anyways, I never liked him. From well before all this other shit. Yeah, and how could you really know anything if you haven't taken a bunch of mushrooms? And I'm like, well, I guess by that litmus test, how could we know anything, right? So, I don't know. I guess I'll just stick to being an engineer. So, what can I do? Good old Eclipse. All right. We got a lot of stuff to work on eventually. We'll get to all that. We'll get all that stuff going. Niantic music. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. You unlock an extra OSI layer. Yeah, we often call the layer 8 the real problem layer for most systems. I bet Ranger likes Joe Rogan. It is funny though. I did always like his stand-up. I did like his stand-up. I did not like his bro down jujitsu stuff where like you have to do drugs to be any good at jujitsu. I think that's silliness. I think that's demonstrably not true as well. Hack the Planet, how's it going? Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. Well, see, I don't dislike Joe Rogan for any of the recent things, is what I'm saying. Like anything that you guys have heard of Joe Rogan from like COVID on, I don't even care about. I've known who that guy was. I mean, also from other things, but I'm saying I've known of him heavily because of jiu-jitsu. I've been in Brazilian jiu-jitsu for 22 years. I've watched that guy come and go, and it's just fucking a nightmare. So, Zushi, is it 8 a.m. where you're at? That is too early. It's 2 o'clock for me. 2 o'clock. Me and the wife are going to her parents' house. They said, "Oh, we thawed out some chicken and we were going to make chicken and I think chicken and biscuits and gravy or something." I was like, all right, well, I like all three of those things in whatever order you want to put them. So I guess I'll come eat that. What is the philosophy of jiu-jitsu? I don't know. Fold your enemy while they're still wearing their clothes. Fold their clothes up. Probably. But I don't know. That just... His stuff was always like, well, you should do jiu-jitsu, but also smoke a bunch of weed. And and that's the only way to get any good at it. And I never thought that was a good philosophy. So, yeah, Dead, thanks for being here. You guys are welcome to hang out as long or as little as you like. I'll try not to complain about too much stuff anymore. I'm just kind of looking around, thinking of things that I don't want to start, because there's plenty of things to do around here in the lab. I just don't want to start them right now. We checked the lab out earlier. We made sure everything was going good. We made sure that our reports were good and that our servers were up. So I might start working on a little bit of a research environment with some of these other tools that we have. Maybe I'll have open on-demand feedback to a little set of high-performance compute stuff so that we can have some, just capacity to work and process some things and do that kind of stuff for fun around here. Huh. Yeah, Fractal Cow. I could... Yeah. The only enemy is sobriety. Yeah. Whereas, like, I know a fair amount of people that do Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu because they want to stay away from that kind of stuff. They would rather do it to kind of calm themselves and not be on any kind of mind-altering substance. Which, again, do whatever you want. I tell people, do whatever you want. I just didn't like that it was like his philosophy on Jiu-Jitsu. I didn't think that they mesh very well. But, some people do. And some people, that's their favorite stuff. So some people do just that. Now, you can give people Firefox. I don't know why you would give them Firefox, but you could. There you go. Lots of fun stuff going on there with Abacus. Yeah, Hayes, and that's the thing is like there's so many things that are like, well, I don't know, bit much to me. Yeah. Colchis, actually, that's one of the things I think I'm going to do is after we get another round of sysadmins done, and so we'll have like the first 2 rounds of sysadmins done, then what I might do is I might let people opt in to manage the system, manage the professional Linux users group system, and maybe we'll do it in like teams. And maybe, for a few weeks at a time, teams will be able to maintain the uptime of the systems and upgrade the labs and do the documentation and implement the project and all that kind of stuff. And then I can step back and I can just be in charge of handling capacity, which is one of the things I'm good at. I can help maintain the systems too, but I can also just give you guys access to run things. So... Yeah, because I think that would be that could be like a thing after people have finished this admin course, instead of just having to do the sysadmin course over and over again. I could give you guys some ability to do additional work. Now, it would feel like work because you'd be running the lab environment, but it might also not feel like work because you guys would be doing fun stuff. Hayes, you said some serious complaint time, have some Kafka training videos, but despite getting authorization to access the site, have to pay to upgrade to another tier to access the material. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. And you know what, Hayes? It's funny you say that because I was about to ask, like, what is it, like under $20 or over 20? But then I realized I'm the same way. I don't give a shit. I don't care if it's another penny. If I already thought I had access to it and now I don't, then I don't care if it's a penny. I'm going to have a problem. So I almost asked you, like, if it was over or under 20, because I'd be like, just do it, what's it, $20? But no, I get the principle of a thing like that. I 100% get that. Yeah, danger zone. Well, that's another thing too. I agree with. Like, I don't do any of that stuff, so I don't do it. But other people can do stuff. But some people, and most, again, I don't want to lump too many people in, but there are a fair amount of people that think, well, it worked for me, it should work for everybody. And a lot of those people tend to be the people that are doing weed. They think weed's good for everybody. And I'm like, I know people who have done nothing on weed their whole life, and it probably was one of the worst things they ever did for themselves. But, you know, I mean, what can I do? Like, but for me, like, I know that I would probably be one of those people, so I can't do it. I tell people all the time, I probably like this shit too much. So, I probably like all that stuff too much, so I can't do it. I'm not against it because I wouldn't like it. I'm against it because I know I would. So, I'm not even against it. I just can't do it for myself, is my point, you know. Okay, I don't care what other people do. I'm like one of the most libertarian guys you guys will ever meet. I don't give a shit what other people do as long as it doesn't bug me. All right. I gotta stop swearing or YouTube will tell me that I'm a bad guy. But, all right. I'm just kidding, but. You feel attacked. I did weed for long years and I couldn't even type them high. Yeah, I know people who can't do anything when they're high, but they also can't get off of weed, and that's a problem. You know, I mean, if you can't even function. I mean, I don't care if it's donuts that made you not function well, or if it's coffee that made you not function well. If it's something like that, you gotta do less of it, you know, in some way. But, anyways, I tell people all the time, I'm not their dad. I let them do whatever they want. I think a lot of it's about moderation. Yeah. I tell people do whatever they want. Like I'm not trying to say like it's the same thing with tattoos. I don't have any tattoos. It's not that I care if people have tattoos. It's actually funny. I did a thing long ago on our Discord server. It was like a little survey. It was how many tattoos do me and the wife have if you add them all up. And like there was a whole bunch of different weird answers that you could pick, and then the last one was 0, and it was kind of funny. Wait, somebody's missing permissions. Yeah, I got all my adrenaline for free in my 20s being in the war. Being in Iraq as an infantry guy, so I don't need it anymore. I'm always up. Yeah, Cole, because I do think the lab thing would be a cool thing to just give like groups of people the ability to just maintain the systems, and then see what it takes to keep a bunch of systems running, you know. Yeah, we'll work on that. We'll work on getting you guys in there and get that stuff all set up. But anyways, yeah. I don't tell anybody what to do about anything, but I just think can I tell you guys the best way I ever heard it? I was actually it was when I first started teaching college. This would have been about 2008. Maybe a little before 2008. I heard a radio DJ who was a very big proponent of smoking weed. He also smoked weed. That was his thing. He was a radio DJ and he was fine with it. But he put it the best way I've ever heard it put. He said, "But if I was going to go get a college degree, or if I was going to go hike up a mountain, I might maybe put that away a little bit until it was time for me to finish that goal, and then I would pick that thing back up again." And that's kind of how I always thought about it. It was like some of these things do not really help some people, and maybe, you know, they should put it away. And I don't think it's always people like that. I don't think people can always see it for themselves. Like I have a good buddy who he could have been a world champion in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, but he couldn't stop smoking every day. And if he could have stopped smoking, like he got beat. He's been beaten a few times by people that like, if he had just been a little bit of a percentage, and how do we know that all that stuff in your lungs didn't slow you down just that little bit? You know, you never know. But anyways, all right. I'll stop on all that stuff. I just thought it was an interesting set of concepts. But all right. Let's go look at our system a little bit. Let's look at all our nodes. Let's go see if all of our systems are doing what we think they should do. 1632. You can always bang a command directly. Let's go look real quick and make sure these are all good. Everything looks like it's up. We know that people have been logging in, so we might want to restart those. I might reboot those a little later this week if nobody's on them. It doesn't look like anybody's on any of them. Somebody's on this one. Where's that 2 at? Right here. Somebody's on hammer 4 right now. And somebody's on hammer 1. We rebooted hammer 1 earlier, so that makes sense. Alright. So all our nodes might get rebooted here a little later in the week. Let's go look at what might we do around here. We got our Stig stuff. We know what that kind of looks like. Oh, that was me in hammer 1. So I was the guy in hammer 1. What was the other one? Hammer 4? I didn't see what the other one was. Let's see what the other one was that had a second user. Huh. 2. So hammer 4 has another person in it too. Let's see what's going on over there. Looks like somebody's working on it, which is good. Doing something. Really taking its time. Sorgel, you were on 5, but you're done? Okay. 5 was dead this morning when I got to it, so it looked like somebody had killed it pretty good. 4 is not responding, so we might have to go look at what's going on with 4. Go take a look real quick at it. Huh. Huh. Oh, I gotta reboot him. He's not coming back. The box looked fine, but there was nobody actually on it. So we'll just go to we'll just reboot hammer 4 real quick. Wait for him to come back up. Let's go look at something real quick here while we're sitting here. I want to see what's going on with this. Non-free software is like everything else which can't be free. This includes software with publicly available source code, has no commercial use like restrictions. That's interesting. Quite interesting. All right, don't care that much though. Just curious. Sorgel said, "Do those were set to init when you reboot?" Yeah, they always come up and pull a new, fresh kernel. The nodes are stateless, so they go down. They come back up with no knowledge of who they are. They get DHCP from the werewolf cluster and find out their name and their information. They get the smallest little iPixie boot kernel, and they get to pull down their kernel and their init RAM from TFTP. So that's how they start up. Yeah, it's a very simple little process. I did reboot that one. I could show it to you, I guess, but we're just gonna let them reboot here and come back up, and then we'll get in them. But yeah, that's all. When you reboot a box, he just comes back up clean every time. Best little thing I can do with it. So I should check while we're sitting here. Make sure my little prologue Discord's working. This should take us to the Discord. Yep, okay. Alright, Discord, continue Discord, good. I'll take it. Works for me. I just want to make sure that the Discord part of that worked as we keep going. This frickin' thing. Alright, the box is taking a while to come back up. We might have to go check on it again. Rocky 4 needs to start up again. I should be able to show you guys this. And CPNG. Boom. There you go. So we should see him power up, and then we should see him go and get his network information right here. So he's going to do iPixie. Gonna boot off his network. Let's see if he gets a good IP address. He sees the system. He sees that he's Rocky 4. He's gonna go grab his kernel and then his init RAM FS, and he should be able to load. And when that loading happens, then the system should come up all the way. Yep. There we go. So watch him boot for a minute, and then we'll start to see the pings on the right come back. And the pings on the right should be good. Once he finishes, he'll come up, he'll run through his what we call the system overlays, which are the initial startups, and then he'll start to call his runtime overlays after that and start his werewolf client and all that stuff as the system boots. So we should see him boot up. Last thing he'll do is he'll sit on SE Linux for a little while as he relabels what little bit of a file system I gave him, and then he'll start up and we'll see the pings come back. So. Alright, he should be coming up here soon. Should be just a minute. A little bit of a system startup. Yeah, I've been doing Linux a long time, so I'm definitely old. Yeah, see, it blew through all of the initial, what we call system overlay files, and then the next thing it'll do is it'll come up with a fast configuration stuff. Should be almost done. Should be almost done. Favorite aliases. I guess I don't really play too much with aliases. I mostly do all my stuff. I guess the alias I always leave if it's there is ls color, but not because I'm against being a purist and just using ls-l to see everything. Just because colors can be convenient. Docker to pod. No, but it's funny. We do teach in air quotes Docker, but it really is Podman in our lab. So we do really do Podman everywhere. But I just use Docker because it's kind of a throwback to the original, name of kind of how we did it. Although most people have moved away from using Docker directly. It's mostly Podman and Cryo, right? So that is kind of funny. Oh, this thing should be pinging. Why is that not pinging? That's not right. That's not normal at all. If Rocky 4 is up, Oops, fruit. That's the right box. He can ping werewolf. Why can't werewolf ping? Oh shit. You guys. I'm pretty dumb sometimes. I was working on the wrong server. I was getting my Rockies and my hammers mixed up. You guys gotta stop me sometimes. Obviously Hammer 4 was never gonna come up if Hammer 4 was down. And I'm over on Rocky. Oh, whatever. Just ignore me. You guys should just ignore me. I'm getting rid of all that. Alright. Anyways, the point is the server should all boot up and they should be fine. But yeah, that's what's happening in the background is we just have this cluster. All the werewolf, like the werewolf server's not doing anything magical, right? It's just if you look at it, all it does is it turns on. It's got an IP address and network that it belongs to. Then here's what werewolf's doing. Here's what DHCP is enabled and what DHCP is doing. And then we've got down here TFTP and what it's doing. And then we got NFS. And then it'll push SSH information and container mounts and other stuff. Hey, thanks for the raid. Is that a Thano with 33 viewers? How's it going? What were you guys working on? We are co-working right now and just doing some Linux. For you guys that don't know me, I'm just a guy who does Linux, and I run a group called the Professional Linux Users Group, which is Prolug. We do just PROLUG. We just do a fair amount of Linux around here, and we got a bunch of kind of experts and other people that kind of do whatever they're doing. I don't claim any great expertise. I've just been doing a Linux a long time, and I've been a college professor for a long time. And I show you guys how this stuff works. That's kind of what I do. Looking into Odin language. I do not know anything about that. Not anything any good, really. What I can show you guys, and what I was just showing the guys here, is in Werewolf. So you define a set of nodes. In this case, I've got 44 or so nodes. And the way that it kind of ends up looking is like this. Let's get let's save this one real quick. Save to... We'll save the one that we already have up. This is the website deploy. Yep. And we'll just open. Yep. Home lab logic drawing. This is a drawing that people have drawn all over, so I can't help that. But this is kind of what our home lab looks like, as far as like you come in from the internet as either the admins or the security course users, and then you have either 19 or 25 different sets of servers that you can go in. Werewolf defines them like this. So let's go like node list -a Rocky 1. And this is all the information that Werewolf knows about that system, right? So when that system boots, he gets all this information. If we SSH to like Rocky 1, he's been up since whenever we turned him on earlier today because somebody had busted him in the lab, which is kind of regular. People bust stuff all the time in the lab, but that's what the lab's for. So he comes up clean with nothing to him except a bunch of, he's only got one disk? That's weird. I thought that all my nodes should have, because I did XVDA. He should have multiple disks, yeah. And then these are the other disks that you can carve up. And if you guys are like, well, what kind of things do you do? Well, we run a Linux Systems Administration course that's completely free. It's a 16-week course that covers these topics right here. Then we have a security engineering course that's completely free. It's a 10-week course. Both of these are still in their first week right now. And then we check on my dog Ranger, and then there's a bunch of other stuff. So that's what we've been working on. We've just been hanging out and doing Linux down here. Not working super hard. I'm actually working on other stuff on the screen while on the screens that you guys can't see, and just kind of hanging out with the people that want to be part of the group. And that's pretty much what's going on over there. you guys were doing Odin Lang, which is probably way more programmy than me. I tell you guys all the time, I'm a systems engineer, I'm a security engineer, but I am not directly a software engineer. I can code, you know, I write plenty of Bash and Ansible, but we'll agree that I'm not a software engineer. I don't ship anything. I don't do that kind of stuff. But I do, you know, enjoy getting systems to work. I do quite a bit of automation. I have a fair amount of labs that teach people how to use Ansible. They're all free up on Killer Coda. I have free labs that teach people how Linux works, which is also up in Killer Coda. So I got 29 labs up there, and all these labs are free. So if you've never seen Killer Coda, that's a great site to put in your repertoire. Go in there, and all that stuff's free, right? That's my favorite thing about Killer Coda is I could put you in a shell for free. One of our kind of newer members, Camby, was getting ready for their like PNPT or something, which is like a penetration testing course. So they built Malbian Linux. So I always put Malbian Linux up so you guys that want to get involved and want to help, you could, you know, if you want to get involved with that or just improve that project, you can. So there's Malbian Linux, which is a distro aimed at getting ready for that and also doing malware analysis and reverse engineering, because that's the career field that they're in. So so I'm going to go ahead and keep this spinning. What else do we have? We have, yeah, this is the home lab. This is just the way that the environment works and the different nodes down here and the different networks and stuff. Anybody that wanted access to this, one of the favorite things to show people is I can share this. Whoops. I can share this, and you guys can actually work in the same environment with me if you wanted to. So I'll link that over on YouTube. And then I'll link it to you guys on Twitch, but you have to actually pull it out and then go click, drop it in there. No, Excalidraw is just out there in the world, Hack the Planet. But I do run it, once you've downloaded Excalidraw, you can run it in VS Code if you want. There's an extension. So Excalidraw has a lot of really functional and useful things. So, but any of you guys can use that, and then they do have a container. Yeah, you can run it local. The only thing that's not in there, because I've actually run it a little bit and played with it, I had it mounted locally, internally, and was running it, is you can't do any of the AI stuff natively. The AI stuff is separate. So I was going to try to just host it locally and then blast off, just do a bunch of definitions and see if it would give me any good art drawings or anything. But it doesn't have that built into that version of the image. So and then we were doing some open on demand, which is mainly just a way for high performance compute to be shared. You can use open on demand for sharing out these tools to your user base, you know, inside of the high performance compute world. And then we have a little web page that we just recently stood up where you can get like stuff from the Professional Linux Users Group. I'm still working on that. That's kind of under construction type thing, but that's just kind of a fun little thing that we put together. And then back over to the courses. The courses have books. The books are free, so you can download and use all that stuff. The books are still under work. Some of the guys are still writing them. This Linux admin course is pretty far along, but it's not quite done yet. But it's all the pieces to running this Linux administration course if you wanted to do it by yourself. Nobody says you have to wait for us. In fact, I'll show you guys here. If you went through it, in each of the worksheets, they embedded the course when I recorded it last year. So most of it I recorded last year or early this year because it was a 16-week course. So, yep. So there's all that. That's what we're doing around here, in case anybody's wondering. Nothing too wild. In fact, that's probably the hardest I've worked all day on this, was explaining that to you guys right there. That's probably the hardest I've worked. So if you have questions, let me know. If you want to join the Discord, you know, I'm not saying you're going to find your favorite streamer here or anything, but you might find something that's useful. Bizamp and Evan MMO, hopefully this stuff's useful. And well, then there's my dog Ranger. Look at him. Look at him down there. I don't think he's moved this entire stream. I don't think he's moved. It's 1:45, an hour and 45 minutes I've been talking. I don't think he's moved this entire stream. So, yeah, that's where we're at right now, guys. That's what's hot in the streets. Oh man, I don't know if any of you guys can tell me where that's from, but that's really funny to me. I will help you out. It's from one of the Dave Chappelle show episodes, but you got to know which one. All right. Yeah, one of our guys built a little prolog.org. You can go there and you can see the different stuff about the site, different information. Look at our Ansible labs again. What kind of good Ansible labs do we have? If you guys have any questions about any of it, or you want to see me run through one of these labs, let me know. I have no problem going through them when I have a little bit of free time here. Definitely can do something like that. Oh, I hear Ranger getting up. I just heard him move his, like he shakes his head and his collar kind of has this noise to it. I just heard him do it downstairs, so I know he's up and about. He's walking around. He's on the move. Good old Ranger. Where's Ranger at? Oh, that thing froze. That's what happened. There it is. It's not there. That thing was frozen. Our timer was busted. All right. That means it's time for a break. Hold on. I'm gonna take a break here. I'll go give Ranger a treat. Freaking Ranger. That's funny. All right. Transition. Let me put up a quick break. And take a walk. One of you, let's say, I don't know. Colchis might still be around. He's in charge. Somebody, if Robodom's around, he's normally in charge. But I'll leave you guys in charge of yourselves. I'll be back. I'm gonna go take a walk. Maybe get a drink downstairs. Yeah, Ranger's not on his bed down there. I don't know where he went. Lots of stuff to do. All right. Huh. It's interesting. All right. Let's watch the system, make sure the system's doing all right. Keep an eye on that. Still on break, so feel free to take a break if you want. I'm not working too hard. Hey, IO Fault, how's it going? We're on break, so I'm just sitting here munching on some food, hanging out. Keep an eye on my systems, making sure they're not too high of load. Nothing's, obviously wrong inside of any of them. That kind of stuff. Normal stuff that we do in a cluster. Thinking about building out some new stuff today, but really just doing a little co-working session, not working too hard. Yeah, what are you working on, IO Fault? always looking for new fun things to work on. I mean, I do like to make them useful, but it's also nice if we find something that works the way that we kind of need it to. So we'll look at the install for this. What's our install look like? All right, all our installers. We'll be doing Rocky 9, so slightly different. Slightly different Rocky 9. Okay. Verify it. Then we'll need to add authentication. And yeah, the installation won't move forward without the authentication. So then you can use Apache mapping, or you can connect to something else. Close that. You can do ID Connect. Now, I should be able to just do two-factor auth with Duo with Keycloak because we're not using Rails 7. That seems like a lot of work right there. Okay. It'll be fine if you're connecting to LDAP. Should all be fine. Interesting. So they have a bunch of different ways for you to connect to this and use Keycloak or some other tool. In this case, they want you to run Docker locally, which I would probably not advise most people to do. But all right, there you go. It's not productionalized if you're just running a local Docker instance somewhere. Hobby security software solution that you found one day, hope to sell. Found a cloud provider called Railway. Nice. Yeah, let's go take a look. Oh, we'll try that. Okay. Okay, okay. Okay. Yeah, it's interesting. All right. Well, I mean, see what they're bringing in. Is what they got going forward. Yeah, it's some interesting stuff going on there. All right. Well, let us know how it works for you, IO Fault. That seems interesting. No, Arth Vader, I just haven't been talking. I'm sitting here eating. If you don't see closed captioning, I'm not talking. But you guys should hear a little audio from the sound. Here, I'll turn the sound up a little bit. Tell me if you guys can hear it. I just don't want it to be louder than me. Also, Ranger's not back on his bed. That's a long break for him from the bed. That's a long break for that dog. But yeah, IO Fault, I mean, that looks interesting. If you get anything cool, if you see anything that's, you know, interesting, I guess, let us know. Put the closed captioning on the other meeting participants. Yeah. I don't have anybody else. I actually got off earlier for a meeting. I could have multiple people, but not right now. And we're not working too hard. We're just kind of keeping an eye on everything. If we got any system errors, any DNS query errors. These are all the login errors on my home lab. Trying to get in and do ratchet shit on the interwebs. No, I definitely don't have anybody else here. I'm just hanging out. Just thinking about what I want to do with the system. I've got some work I got to get around. No, I'm eating just M&Ms that my wife had. My wife had a big bag of M&Ms downstairs, so I grabbed some and put them in a bowl. I came back upstairs. No, Arth Vader, sorry. When I said don't run Docker local, I meant, sorry, I should be more clear. Docker is a perfectly fine tool. Podman's a perfectly fine tool. Cryo, whatever of these tools you want. But if the solution requires, like, let's say you're putting on that tool, open on demand, and the solution is, well, just start this container up on the box, and then you'll be able to start it. That's not a very good solution, because here's the thing: from then on, when you go to start it, everybody needs to know that that container is a requirement, or it needs to be built into like a script to start it. Well, what if that container needs to be updated, or what if it's like a one-off thing that's just not being maintained and managed like we would normally maintain and manage one of those things with like a Kubernetes cluster and like a Helm chart or some kind of infrastructure as code that's maintaining that tool. So while I think this open on demand tool is really great, I'm not going to take, of all these options to install, I'm not going to take an option that's like, oh yeah, no, that's like, you do all this stuff and then you get down here and they're like, oops, and they're like, hey, make sure you have an authentication. You're like, okay, and they're like, just go ahead and turn on a fucking local repository, and you're like, or a local container, and you're like, I'm not going to do that. Yeah, no, it's perfectly fine to run and test. But when you're ready to productionalize this, you need that thing always up, and that's not as good. That's like you build all this other robust front end and all this other stuff and do all this cool stuff, and then you just have it standing like against some, you know, you've got like a little shunt over in the corner that's like barely holding something open. That's like, it's just a poorly designed. You don't just want to slap something like that together. You can also just use shibboleth. So anyways, we have these options. We have things that we can do. Put certs on it. But we'll play with open on demand. That should be a fun little A fun little thing to do. Docker is the devil's development. Yeah, yeah. I like how that closed captioning had just added like 4 words to what I said. I didn't say any of those other words, but it still had them up there. That's funny. Yeah, so we're, you know, hanging out, thinking about the next. Oh, there's Ranger. Thinking about the next parts of the Linux security course that's coming up. Sysadmin course, pretty straightforward. We know what that's going to look like. Security course, we're going to do some securing of the network. We're going to do some tracking of what's going on in the network. Maybe we'll even lock down the network a little bit with a tool like make us even connect like some OpenSSH, jail. I don't know. Have any of you ever jailed a user? Well, not jailed a user. That's going to be the week after. Sorry, that's going to be week 4. Have any of you ever used fail2ban to lock a user out, right? And not just to lock a user out. So you can lock a user out, but you can lock a user out from even touching the service anymore, which is also called a jail, but it's not the same type of jail as we'll use in the Bastion systems. So, yeah, fail2ban's pretty all right. So we'll probably hook that up. And then securing the network, maybe we'll do some sending logs over too. That might be good too. Man, I don't know if you guys can see Ranger there, but he is just laid out. He's sitting there with his eyes open too, which is kind of funny. Just a dog being a dog. Being the laziest Ranger dog. All right. I've seen enough of Ranger. Ranger, you stay there. Oh, he immediately starts moving around. So what we kind of need to do is this. I'm going to drop this. I'm going to wipe it. I don't know if I can save the current. Oh no, we're going to cancel. We don't want to save any of that because some of you guys were in there. We'll stop the session. Okay. Boom. We'll just reset the canvas back to nothing. We'll open a new file. And the file we're going to do is the security engineering course. So this is the course. So we got to do that stuff too. Oh, wow. We're going to have a long lab because we're going to have all these for lab 2 as well. So what lab? NS switch. I did get asked to do NS switch and Stig's so SCAP. Yeah, and we want to look at some of those Stig configurations. I think I actually started this one the other day, so I think we have some of these already written. So that'll be good. And then, yeah, that should be good. So as we think about them, we'll add some more. Also, some third ones I have these other things for third ones that I need to make. I got to build also in our, there's another thing I'm going to be building in here. I just haven't gotten around to doing it yet, which is build an internal key cloak, and then you guys can do some PAM configuration Stigs, and you can do some cams, and then you're gonna set up SSSD. Then you guys are gonna set up SSSD to connect the key cloak. So that'll be like the bare minimum of stuff for that week. Bastion, I got the Bastion stuff already. I'm ready for Bastion. And then updating systems, I gotta, oh, we've already done this. We won't need those. I'm gonna have to build pulp internally. Ooh, I'm gonna make you guys build pulp. What's the name of that command? It's not RPM build, it's we got build on here, that's funny. I'll have to go look that up, I don't know. That was create repo. Yeah, we'll keep doing that. This has kind of been my low planning for the environment, so I know what we're doing. We'll do those. Honoring alerting. Alert manager. All right. Certificate key management. Talk to Kafka. Read Kafka secure. Whoops. Let's secure our. That should be good. So this is our, anybody's wondering, this is our, where did I put it? I thought I put it up here. Linux. Like my security engineering course outline that I keep kind of working on, and I just had it like that so I could draw stuff as I went. So that's kind of how I did this outline. I have a better outline in Word, but I like this I like this tool pretty well too. It's pretty good. So, you know, it starts to look better and better as we get more and more in it, you know. We always got to rough things out first before we kind of get in there. I believe it's already 3 o'clock today. It's long streams. Turn this music down a little bit again too. I don't know if that was starting to get loud for you guys or not, but turned it down. All right. Well, that's mostly, I mean, it's mostly all this stuff. I gotta go find this command. I thought the command was create repo. Let's do this. Or what provides. I thought the command was create repo. Oh, there it is. Okay. Okay, so we don't have it. Okay. All right, so now we know we need create repo when we want to do it. It's not on Rocky by default. And it's good to know that it's got to have C and C libs to do it. And then when we do a create repo, it'll create all the metadata to download whatever we want in a directory, and then we can just mount that directory or share that directory from a system, and then we can go ahead and mount the repo. So I'll probably have us mount a repo in probably this week. Where's this week at? The week that we do this, yeah, create repo. Share. We could also secure this repo. And when I put questions, it's like, well, if we have time, we'll do that. We'll see how much time we have, like, against the other labs and stuff that we have that we could do. If we secure that stuff, then we need to have it set for save the current file. Then, yeah, if we're gonna do this other stuff, then we're gonna need to start to use Apache. So it's gonna be the Apache checklist for securing systems, which is a different checklist than the other ones. And yeah, then we'll have to go with that. We'll have to go that route, which will be just more, just more Stigs, more checklists, more things to secure inside the system, right? We try to harden the system down as much as we can, and then we go from there. So it's the best we can do. Let's go look at something while we're sitting here. Let's go to DISA Stigs, right? And we can just go, yeah, we'll just go DISA Stigs, and we want the document library. And let's see real quick if there is, oops, okay. If we go to Ubuntu, right? Is there an, yeah, there is an Ubuntu Ansible one. So let's go copy this link address real quick. And while we're kind of just sitting here hanging out, we'll go jump into one of my Linux labs. Right? And we've got the Stig scanning down here, right? We Stig the system. Let's go jump in one of those just for fun. Also, I'm gonna have to go pull up my notepad and say it's week 2. Let's make another one for week. Which week would this be if we were automating this? Oh, I guess it would be. Oh, well, we'll make this a lab. Oh, you guys can't see the screen. Hold on. Let me add my Notepad plus plus. Add him back up, but we'll put him down. That'll be my Notepad plus plus. Boom. It's out of the way. All right. Possible lab. We're Stigging. Ubuntu. Make this a little bigger. The thing we need to capture here is there we go. All right, so let's do a history real quick. We'll grab these 3 commands. Unzip. Okay, should be able to see me putting that together. Unzip. CD. Oh, so then we'll unzip. Ubuntu Ansible zip. Okay. Oh, that'll run it for real. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. There's all the defaults. Setting all the defaults all the way you want them. There you go. All right, lots of stuff to look at in there. Lots of stuff for us to turn into a nice little config. But then we can go harden this box. And then we could rerun a Stig scan against it to check, right? So we go up 1, and then we run enforce. Huh. Oh, you gotta put Ansible playbook. Install Ansible. was it Force or something? I don't remember what it was. We'll see here in a second. We'll see what's going on here in a second here. There we go. Force.sh. Let's see. Let's watch it break. It'll probably break this box all the shit. But it's going to install stuff. It's going to do all these things. I might... Hold on, let me stop this. We might do a time on the beginning of that. And we'll see if it runs. Did it run to completion? Did it break? Look at all these things it's changing. It's locking the system down. Locking it down hard so nothing else can. But maybe we get to a place where it breaks and then we say, well, why did it break? And we go figure it out. So this is a way to harden the box. After we harden it, we rerun that scan from earlier. Maybe we'll put them together. So we'll do this one as its own lab, and then we'll do another one after that'll do both of them. It'll scan it before, run this Stig, scan it after. Do everything. I think that'll be a good little practice for people to see what it's like to get everything going, to see how much more configured and protected your box is when you're done scanning, and you'll do the whole, say the whole, start to finish remediation of a system. Give it app armor, make sure it's started, put in aid, which is again one of those configuration things. Good little practice, good little thing to see if you've never seen it before. Also, a lot of these things take 40 plus minutes to run, so this could take, it may take more time than this thing has to finish before the lab's done, So we'll see. We'll see what it takes. We'll see how it does. We won't worry about the long membership stuff. Anybody still with me? It seems like it's quiet. Probably just because I've been kind of hanging out, not really doing too much, but hopefully this stuff's at least semi-interesting to you guys. There's a lot to it. There's a lot of stuff going on here. Failed on SSH restart. And the requested SSHD host. Alright. So, it's probably good. So the handler is where it failed. But I'd still be very curious on this box to see, could we then do one of those other things? Hey Amber, how's it going? Over on the YouTube side, we are working on stuff that took 2 minutes and some change. And then it, the question might be, did this finish? Does it matter that it failed on a handler? Why or why not? And that's a good question for you guys. Like, do you think it matters that it failed on a handler? Because it failed on a handler. Why or why not? It was doing handler stuff. It was no longer doing tasks. Handlers are not tasks. And then it failed on one of the restart handlers. And does that matter? I mean, here's the thing. If you're planning on doing something anyways to reset the box, what do you care? What do you care? Yeah, Amber, this is definitely Ansible. Street Track, you're right. And Zorgol, you said Yeppers. I think that means because you're still here. So I appreciate you guys hanging out. Again, I'm just kind of getting I'm getting a few hours back because I was gone for so long. I figured I'd do some longer hours kind of co-streaming today. But But the box pretty locked, or not pretty locked up. It's pretty set up now, so we could go and we could do the other steps, and we could see how many things we actually fixed from the original score that we got, right? So again, this will be the next little lab, and then we'll build the last lab, which will just be grabbing both pieces. So do this. I guess we don't really need to do it now, but we'll do it here in a little bit. We'll just we'll let ourselves rest here for a little bit first. No need to rush in any of this. Let me show you guys another thing real quick while we're hanging out here. Can make the little Discord come up. Let me pull up the Discord real quick. You guys should be able to see that. Our Discord is there for you guys to use. It looks like some people have joined, so that's always good. The bot will welcome you guys in. I was going to show you guys mostly if you go to the top of your Discord. It's on the top right if you have a phone. We've got a Linux sysadmin course starting up, and we've got a Linux security engineering course. We're actually still in week 1, so technically you're not behind if you wanted to hop in there. We also have a writer's room. Oh, this is the guys that are working on the book. So we got the little book running. Guys have been building that out for a while and putting together these books up here that you guys have seen around, like how the systems run, how the this one's on Linux systems administration, and then this one's on Linux security. We're securing a Linux system. Then over here, obviously we're putting together just an Ansible lab around hardening our boxes. 118 okay things. Let's see. That failed. But did it go somewhere still? It doesn't look like that went anywhere. So where does this put? Let's see where this put things. It looks like this thing will try to give a scan. Ow. This thing will try to give like a scanned value, but I wonder where it's putting those. Let's see. All these different things happening. I don't see anything to find in here, so maybe. Oh yeah, okay, that's not. Oh, that's not gonna do the same thing. I just want to see if this is gonna tell us where it's gonna call back to. Guess nothing. Well, there we go. There we go. I guess we got nothing. No, so anyways, that's not that big a deal. I was just looking to see if there was a... Um... 14 December. Okay, so that wasn't written now. We know that the handlers didn't do anything. Oh, it didn't go in any place that I know of then. Nope, I don't see, I mean, I don't see anything in there that would lead me to believe that it was related. Got nothing. Trying to sidetrack. What do you think of Wolf SSH and Wolf Shell? I haven't tried them. I haven't tried them, Amber. What are they? It's open source. Wolf Lightweight S. I never used it. I mean, it looks interesting. I've never played with it. Oh, you're not derailing me. I'm not really doing nothing. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Okay. Yep, that's all pretty normal. I mean, it looks fine. Looks like it's got some interesting little stuff. It runs X509, which is good. You're gonna need that for certain cert requirements. Yeah, I mean, it looks interesting. I've never played with it. I've never run it through its paces for all the security stuff that it might or might not be doing. They might talk about some of that in the manual a little bit. No, it looks like an interesting little topic. You're going to find different ways to do the same thing. You guys are going to find a lot of different ways to kind of do stuff. Lots of ways. All right. Yeah, lots of ways to do the same type of stuff and get the same stuff going. I'm probably going to turn that lab. I'm going to probably turn that into a lab tonight, the one that's up there in our notes there, just so that we can Stig Ubuntu pretty good. And then we can build that other one. Then I'll be ahead on my labs. Remember I was saying I was trying to build you guys a whole bunch of labs this year. And then we're going to try to be turning Sunday back into lab days, where I'll come on Sunday, I'll record the security engineering lab the security engineering recording from the day before. I'll get that out of the way. And then when I'm done with that, I'll stop the stream, get some water, hang out a little bit, and then I'll come back on and we'll just do labs. That's what our Sundays normally are. Just Sundays are for labs. So, yeah. I mean, we have a lot of labs people can do on their own. But I think sometimes, like, when you play with the labs and you touch them and get in there, you get a lot of value out of them. Especially if you're working with other people and you can ask questions and you can talk through them and all that stuff. And maybe I'll do those labs, maybe, because I've always kind of wanted to do this and don't really get a lot of use case for us to do it. But maybe I'll do that where we're down in the Discord as well. So then you guys can talk to me while we're hanging out on stream and we can do the labs, right? So we'll run through the labs, and then if you guys actually have to just speak up and tell me to pick my head up and listen to whatever you're saying, I can actually do it. Because I don't always pay attention, especially when I'm doing labs. I try to pay attention, but there's a fair amount of other stuff going on, and you just never know what's gonna happen. So, all right, we'll give it a little bit longer, and then we'll go hop on. Writers swapping to Sunday. Oh, did writers swap to Sunday? Let me go check on that. Let me pull that back up. I got the Discord down. Let's pull the Discord up real quick. Let's go look. I didn't see that. Writer's Room is swapping to Sunday. So maybe I'll do that because I typically stream earlier on Sundays. Maybe I'll do it that day. And then, yeah, I'm typically off before 4. I was going to say and then hand it off. But, nah, I probably won't do that. I'll do it earlier in the day like I normally do. But that is good to note that the writers group is going to Sundays now. That's not to say you guys can't still contribute if you're busy on Sunday. There's a whole channel at the very bottom of our server for Writers Room stuff. So you guys that want to get involved with that, I know some of you guys are interested in doing that. You go to the bottom here and make a little channel. We made a little channel. So now there's a bunch more information in here about what you guys are doing, how you get involved if you want to, all that kind of stuff. I don't run that group. The other guys do. So there you go. All right. Yeah. So that's what we're doing there. Yeah, Zorgal, I think it's good. It's a lot of people who are really interested in kind of giving back to other Linux people and also interested in doing the best they can because they want to bolster their resume. You know, if you want, I tell people all the time, if you want to put something nice out there, if you want to show something to the world, if you want to show something that helps you get a job or attract customers, it needs to be as good as it can be, right? I want you guys to, so a lot of the guys that are in there are building a really good thing because it benefits them, you know, like these courses look really good. The major instructional areas, the course objectives, what we're doing, what we're learning and figuring out and all that stuff. Yeah, Zorgal, and I like that you guys a lot of you guys went and ran with it, you know, like Treasure's kind of been like a lead on a lot of that stuff, but I know a lot of you other guys have stepped up to help him. And that's the thing I tell you guys all the time. This isn't the Scott show. It shouldn't be the Scott show. It should be you guys setting this stuff up and doing this stuff so that, you know, somebody can take over. Somebody can run the stuff even if I'm not around. Also, I didn't even realize this is the last day of the month too, isn't it? It's almost like I'm doing a subathon on the last day of the month, like some streamers do. I'm just kidding. I don't care about any of that stuff. It's fun. It's fun to do all the streamer stuff, but it's not really a necessary thing for me. I'm not really time bound in that sense. I'm not your normal streamer in a lot of ways, I guess. But some of you guys that know me know that. What else? What else do we got? Doing all the Linux. That's one of our normal things. Got some little emojis for that. Do all the Linux in a rage mode. We have stuff. I've added stuff to the lab, so we'll probably, starting into tomorrow and the rest of the week, we'll keep focusing on cleaning up. I'll actually have the material up for us to clean up and start doing the security engineering documentation, and we'll get the worksheet and we'll get the 2 questions for the Discord, you know, and then we'll just keep going from there. What other things do we need to do? Yeah, we got to build a worksheet. We got to build a lab. Got to build some of that stuff. So that should be good. All right. Yeah, the course outline's starting to look a little more full of stuff. A little more ready to go. I should fix those messages too. Like the Nightbot keeps saying that we're starting a Linux security engineering course. We're in Unit 1 still. We're still in Week 1. You guys can catch up still. We don't start Week 2 until the 5th. So you got a little time to catch up. Hayes, you're getting ready to cut a new techno track? I was hanging out on yesterday or the day. I think it was yesterday. No, it was the day before. I was hanging out in Sid's stream. So I don't know if you've been hanging out down in Sid's stream. Yeah. Hayes, that's why I try to call them units, because then I can say Unit 1. But yeah, I learned that from being a college professor. I never call things week. You'll always see me calling them units typically. But yeah, week 1 is extended for 2 weeks. Unit 1, the material, goes into the second week of the course, because the second week, Unit 2, doesn't start until next, which is the third week. And if you're confused, good. We're all confused. Paul, you said, I've been working on replicating your Werewolf setup in my lab at home. Werewolf up and deploying Rocky VMs over Pixie. Can you explain you have your C router configured and how you secure incoming traffic to Werewolf subnet? No worries if you're covering other stuff now. I don't want to. No, that's fine. Yeah, so let me pull something up here for you. Let me make sure I save this real quick. Save to the current file, and then I'm going to wipe this. Reset the canvas. Yeah, so let me open up a different one. Home lab logic. All right, so in the home lab, it's not really that, I wouldn't really call it secure. It's just that there's simply 2 networks. So in my home lab, there's my primary network, the 192.168.11 network. And then there's a secondary network, which is the 192.168.200. This network is on VLAN 1. So by default, even though all of these things can technically see each other, the 802.1q tagging, which if you guys aren't super familiar, 802.1q is the standard. We put this additional little, there's an additional field in the header, and VLAN 1 can only talk to other VLAN 1 devices, right? VLAN 0 device, or anything that's in a default, which tends to be VLAN 0, won't see that frame anymore, right? At the base level, that's what's happening. Devices won't forward things out that have an 802.1q tag that is different than the access mode or trunk mode. Access mode if it's not the exact one, and trunk mode if it's not one of the trunked 802.1q VLANs, right? Okay, so so we know that. In my home lab, everything behind C router, so C router has 2 interfaces. It sits on 192.168.11.160 in one network, and he sits on 192.168.200.1 in the other network, because he's functioning as the router over here. All the devices sit over here in the 192.168.200 network. So this is my home lab. And the Werewolf server sits on .25. He's .25. So 192.168.200.25. And then he shares out all of his services from there. When any of these nodes come up, when any of these nodes are turned on in my home lab, any of these guys get turned on, they immediately look for a DHCP server, and there's nothing in here, nothing in 192.168.200.0, nothing over here on that network that responds to DHCP except for Werewolf port 25. This guy right here. What is C router is simply the name I gave a server. He is a Linux box. He is, let's turn him on real quick. Let's turn this on so you guys can see him. Hold on. Let's put this, I'm gonna put this over here for a second so he's out of the way, and bring this up. Okay, so C router simply sits in this device right here. He's right here. He's in one of my host machines, and when I go to his console, because I need to be in the console to see him, I can see that he's got a 192.168.200.1 and a 192.168.11.160 address. Those are his 2 addresses right there, right? And he's also using IP tables to allow so anything that comes in on one side is simply sent out the other side, and anything that comes in the other side is simply sent out the other side. And he is the one, since he's functioning as a router, he is the one that is stripping off. Well, okay, every time you make a hop, in general outside of your network, your frame is always stripped off and a new frame is put on at layer 2. When he does that, he is the one, let's look at his networking. He is the one that is using, so lab internal and then network 0. He is the one that strips them off to be the different VLANs. So here's the networking. So VLAN 1 and then no VLAN, right? On these two networks. But this device is the one that's stripping it off. Oops, he's the one doing it right here. Lab internal and network. These are the two that are doing it. So it should be D6 and 8.2. If we go look over here and do an IP adder bigger, we should see D6 and 8.2. There's his Ethernet 0 and Ethernet 1, and they apply to the 11 and the 200 networks right there. And I'm unfortunately unable to make this any larger because I did make it so that he cannot be logged into remotely. He can only be accessed via the console. So you have to be in my network, in my XCPNG, in that box to be able to get to his console and know his password. There's no way to directly SSH into this box because he's a router. I didn't want him to be able to be connected to any other way. So Floyd, you said, so you just install Linux VM and enable forwarding and then configure the IP table rules to allow established and relay traffic. Yeah, Floyd, that's all I did. I just allowed him to basically function as a router. Yep, that's it. IP tables does it all. You can look, there's a bunch of blogs online that'll show you how to do it. I never did this setup because I don't have infrastructure for you guys to be able to do that. And if you ever did it inside of like our Killer Coda labs, it would break everything. So like the only way I can show you this is if you were actually going to set it up. But Floyd, if you ever are doing that and you see me online, just message me and see if I'll drop down. Because if I got time, I'll drop down and help you build it. It's not super hard to do a lot of this stuff. I just need you to get in there. Yeah. Well, Street Track, it was also the laziest way I could build it. But it is designed to be defensible, yes. Because you got to remember, I'm letting everybody into my home lab. Anybody that wants to connect. One of the main defenses I have is I just give you root. I tell you guys, like, what's the fun of hacking something when you already have root? Like, I don't think there's any fun there. If you give me root, I'd be like, ugh, brother, ugh, what is this? Why am I going to try to attack this thing? I already got the key. Like, if you gave me the keys and were like, here you go, I'd be like, well, that wasn't any fun. This isn't, like, gone in 60 seconds. I'm not stealing anything. Wouldn't be any fun, right? You know? It would be like if somebody finally put you in charge of something and then you're like, oh, well, no, I actually have to keep this thing safe now because I got the keys to it. And that's kind of the way I think of it. Like, I don't mind giving people root because you don't have to try to get root. You're already root on the box. Yeah, Ployd, Rocky Box can get in and out of the internet, but they can't reach anything on your... No, so, Ployd, I didn't block that. I did leave that open for people. But we can block that. Yes, I can make it hop over. I just didn't do that because I was like, well, I only have a few things on the network that I really care about, and they're pretty well protected. But yeah, I do allow them to jump over this network, yes. So this network here is, they jump back out. But they can get to the devices if they really want to. But mostly I've been keeping most of our stuff into this internal range here and letting people kind of work in here. And I think most people have kind of respected that. I had you guys scan everything, though, so you guys could scan and see all the other services that were open. But yeah, I think for the most part, people are mostly doing what they should. So we're not seeing too much problems there. But could we stop traffic from going back through any 192.168.11.0/24 and only allow it to go to 1? Yes. We'd have to allow it to 192.168.11.1 first and then block everything else. But I think we could build that if we needed to, yeah. Yeah, yep. Yep, so that's kind of what the lab looks like. That's what the network looks like over there. So as we say, that's what's hot in the streets. Anybody figure out where that's from? I told you guys what show it's from, but it's from a very specific version of that show. A very specific sketch in the show. That was ridiculous. You're just gonna be doing your taxes right now? That's what's hot in the streets. I still got to build that Kafka system, but I got a few weeks till Kafka's done. So, all right. So then I can just close this file. I can just reset. I didn't make any changes. I can reset it. I can reopen my other lab, the other drawing we were doing, which for this one was the Linux security engineering course, and then this is what we've been kind of working on. Right. Turn that back on over there. Get that out of the way. Oh, I guess I could leave that up. It doesn't really matter if I leave that up or not. That's what we've been doing. Yeah, Floyd, hopefully that stuff's useful to you. Yeah. The lab is not super hard to build. Especially if you're already building Werewolf. If you got the Werewolf stuff, it's good. The C router box does exist outside of the function of Werewolf though. Because you want the system to be up independent of Werewolf. We don't need Werewolf up, and then yeah. I want it to be up independent of Werewolf. So he's not controlled by Werewolf like the other nodes. How's it going, Tom? Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. We are just crossed 4,800 followers. That's kind of cool. Not really super worried about number of followers anymore. When I first started, I cared about followers a lot more. Now I'm just like, well, if people want to hang out, they will. If people don't, they won't. You know, I used to really care about like how many people we had, but I think over time people just show up if they want to. Oh, let's fix our closed captioning's broken. All right, there it is. It should be back. Closed captioning should be back working again. There it is. Closed captioning, back working. We are still in our starting week of Linux Systems Administration, so people that want to do that course, that's free inside of our Discord, so is the security engineering. Again, free means we don't charge you anything for it. You just come and hang out and talk shop. I think a lot of people are really enjoying it. I mean, I think a lot of people like talking with other engineers and having discussion threads and places to like air out your opinions and think about some of the different stuff and talk about your experiences. I think like engineers like trying to show other people things that they've figured out. I think that's like one of our, that's one of our strengths and weaknesses as engineers. Like, you caught me monologuing. Like you guys should know what that one is, right? That reference should be good too. Yeah, free as in beer. Yeah. But you guys can, come and hang out and use up the system. Use up the resources a little bit, try to break some stuff. Now, this security engineering course is all defense. I didn't have time to do. I was going to do 10 weeks of security, defense and offense, but we didn't have time, so we're doing just security, and then we'll rerun it with just the offense side, and then maybe we'll do them. Maybe in the future we'll do them together. So if people want to see like the security side compared to the offensive side, I think that'll be valuable as well. Doing DSC so the labs reset. I'm not sure. Jones, what a DS? I'm not sure what DSC is. I need the acronym explained better. But the labs do reset, but only when we reset them. Only when people reboot them. I have been telling people reboot the labs when they leave them, but I'm not mandating that yet. I'm gonna do. Desired state. Yeah. So I call them stateless nodes. Yeah, I do a stateless configuration in Werewolf. So I have, here, so watch. This system here is just a Rocky box, right? And he has a definition. Right? He's got a definition here. And he's got this container, Rocky Linux 9 Lab 10 Feb 2025. He, much like all of his Rocky buddies... Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Let's just look at container. He, like all of his buddies, has that container image, right? So, and then the Hammer ones have a slightly different version. But let's just use Rocky 1 for a second. Let's SH over to Rocky 1, and we say cat etc splat release. and then we do maybe like a uname -r, and we see his version, and we see his version of his kernel and stuff. And we could on him do a DNF update -y and just update everything on him. But if we reboot him, yeah, see, look, we can't update those things. But if we do an update on him and then we reboot him, none of this update will have happened. Yeah, so he's going back to what I call a stateless node, which desired state configuration could be probably another variation of that. But for me, I call it a stateless node because he's going to go down and he's going to come back as exactly the configuration that comes from that container image. And Werewolf controls that container image, and then I build them out. Like, while that's going, we'll jump to another window here, and I'll do wwctl container list, and here's my containers. And then I can cd to var lib werewolf, and in here I got my ch roots, and those all map to these, as you see. And then I can go into like tshoot 1, 2, and 3. Those are images from the last time we ran this, last time we ran the Linux sysadmin course. And I actually turn those on and they become a troubleshooting environment. And I can apply them to any set of nodes that I want. It's kind of a fun little thing. I can apply them to any set of nodes, and then you log in as the tshoot user and you automatically get those configurations. So yeah, it's kind of cool. It's a different way of managing a cluster, but it works pretty well. And then yeah, I think of the way I think of a stateless node is like a trap door. If you were standing on a trap door and the trap door fell and then it came back up, you would no longer be there. And that's kind of how, like, this little patch, all this patching and updating I'm doing is about to be. When this system gets done and goes down and comes back up, none of this stuff will be there anymore. So you can modify a system that's running. You just cannot modify the original state of the system. Yeah. So Werewolf is a tool for that. It's WAREWULF, and it's from the same guys, CIQ, that run... CIQ are the same guys that run Rocky Linux as well, so it's pretty well set up with all that. So this thing's gonna try to update itself, and it's gonna say, "Oh, I want to go to this new kernel," but it's not gonna be able to. It can't go to the new kernel, and then we'll just restart him. Just restart him. That's all it is. Wipe them all over again. Back to the start. Yep, so that's how we do all that. That's why I'm always talking about that little werewolf tool. It's a good tool. I mean, I'm using it on a lot of government systems. It's got a support path, and the Rocky Linux is supported, but only on the only on the even versions. So 9.2, 9.4, 9.6, and then if they have whatever their current version is, which is annoying. So they would be like 9.2, 9.4, and then 9.5 if that was their current version. But then when it went to 9.6, 9.5 would no longer be supported. And then that's kind of super annoying. All right, so that finished. Uname -r is the same version as we had, I believe. I can hit this and I can go up. So 5.4, and then we got 427, 4.2.1. 427, 4.2.1. Yep, so same version here. But because I have, oops, I'll just hit enter a couple times. Because we have, actually I don't see it on here, so it might have, we might have seen it try to install a new kernel. Yep, so it did install this new kernel, right, from the version that we're on. So it always installs a new kernel. And then we can say grubby, and then default kernel. And it'll tell us, oh, see, it says, I want to go to this new version. So it's trying to go to the new version, but it's not going to be able to. That's fine. And then when we reboot, so reboot him, we'll ping Rocky 1. He's not going to be on the 503, so he's not going to be on 514, 503 version. Watch this. Let me pull up the pull up this guy. Let me move him over to the left for you guys real quick. Boom, boom. So he doesn't get in the way over there. And we'll go to Rocky 1, who is rebooting right now. And then we'll watch him pinging over there. So we'll give him a little second. We're going to see him boot, and we're going to see him come up going through the Rocky process. Watch, he's pixie booting. He's getting a DHCP address. He's having a problem. All right, we'll reboot him again. I don't know why they started doing that. Let's force reboot. I don't know why some of these boxes started doing that, but we'll give him a reboot, and then he's going to come up. He's going to get the right configuration this time. Give him a second here. Let him reboot. We'll let him walk. He's doing DHCP up here, but then he failed. So let's give him a second to DHCP and come up correctly. Make a new folder. Oh shit, that's fine. Oh, still not starting. Alright. One more shutdown. We'll shut them all the way down. I'm not sure exactly why that started happening. That behavior started after we had so many of these up. And I wonder if there's just some kind of overlap. Some kind of problem, some kind of condition that's happening. So turn them off, turn them back on. Go look at those real quick. Oh, I don't have that anymore. That's fine. I won't worry about that right now. He should boot up, and we should see him come up correct. All right, so he's initializing his iPixie. He's grabbing his info if he can. Starting up. Should be grabbing what he can. And is he getting? Does he know who he is? He's Rocky 1. Good. He's gonna pull his kernel and then his init RAM FS. So we're gonna see him do those things. And then now he is going to come up. He's got about 180 seconds. So he's got about 3 minutes before he's up over here on the right. So that'll be somewhere around 360. This thing will start beeping. Not beeping, but he'll start coming back at about 360 or so. Somewhere around there. Hey, Laura, yeah, I didn't expect to be back so soon either, but I figured I'd hop on for a little bit. No, I run Zen, well, it's XCP-NG, but it's owned by, well, this was the fork before they went to, they got bought by Oracle. So Zen Center was bought by Oracle Zen, so XCP-NG is a fork of it. I could re-IP the lab to be everything out of the way. Yeah. It is funny, Werewolf does deal in all static, so do most large clusters. You'd be surprised, like, things don't come up they come up DHCP, but only until they find out who they are, and then they go to static. So, yeah, they pop up. Werewolf pops them up the first time, and then when they turn on for the first time, again, this will be right around 360. Because we're past all of our startup here, but now we have to relabel, so the SE Linux is doing a relabel. So we're going to watch this thing roll for a little bit longer until the SE Linux relabel happens, and then we'll be able to connect. And then consoles, you know, the reason I don't hang out in consoles is because consoles don't have the problem with hanging out in the console is you don't have the ability to really make the screen bigger or to copy anything out of it. But when you're over in a terminal like this where I can SSH in, then I can do whatever the heck I want in SSH, right? Once this box comes up all the way, I SSH over, I can copy things, I can paste things, I can do whatever. So, yeah. If you guys have not seen how I use Werewolf, it's a pretty good little tool. I use it on quite a few clusters for government projects and stuff. So I build it. So me and one of my partners in crime, Kyle, He and I build a lot of this stuff up. So this will probably be coming up here in the next few seconds. Like I said, around 360. It takes about 108. It takes about 3 minutes for the system to come up. We should see it coming up. Oh, almost. There it is. So he's pinging. He's up. SH Rocky 1. Uptime. Boom. And now you saw all that stuff about a kernel. We don't have all that extra kernel stuff anymore. We only have the one that we're on. Maybe whatever one I have already installed down in there too, but no, not that other one. It's not in there anymore. Right. And you always have DNF history. You won't see that update that I did today. Last thing in DNF history is from 210. Right? What's the date today? 31st. So that's almost 2 months ago, right? It's a while ago. So this system went down, came up clean. That's what happens with clusters. There's so many other things besides just that this cluster does. There's all these, like back here. Let's just do this tail-f of our log werewolf. I'm always just kind of running this. But you see all these runtime things here, all these runtime overlays. These are the werewolf clients, WW clients on each box, going and pulling their runtime overlays. So if I wanted, there's certain things that if I wanted to update in real time on all my servers, I can put them in a runtime overlay. If there are things that I wanted to only update when the system first comes up, that would be in the system overlay. And the system overlay is what was run right as the system first booted. System overlays are a one-shot as the system starts. Runtime overlays are configurable all the time inside of the cluster, right? So you can update users on the fly. You can update files on the fly. You can change networking and restart things on the fly. You can do all kinds of stuff in a werewolf cluster. I don't do any of that. I just run it for labs, and you guys can just boot the labs and start over, and it's pretty clean environment. It ends up working pretty well. I think for the most part, you guys stay pretty, like people that are doing the labs and doing the Prolog course, you guys have a pretty good ability to see. I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of that. You guys have a pretty good ability to see the stuff, and then these labs, all the labs that are over here in the Linux sysadmin course, they all tie into going down in our lab environment there. So, right. If you guys are like, what's going on with this book? What is all this? Well, it's a free Linux admin course that we run, and we're in the middle of it right now. We're in week 2 coming up next week. So you're still in week 1 if you want to get in there for people. So Amber, you asked a question. If you have a bunch of VMs you're playing with, for example, and I want to change my password, I have to go to each one to do it. What would I recommend for centralized authentication? Well, there's 2 ways to do that, Amber. One, you have everything in your system. Every system is doing its own, like, it's got its own, if you want to call it loci of control. Is it going to do it right? Yeah, use the right word. Every system has its own control. So you could use a tool like Ansible, log into all of your systems remotely, or use like keys and log into all your systems remotely and change all your passwords. That would be one way to do it. The other way, because you're running in what we call a peer-to-peer network right now. Everything is its own system. Everything brings its own authentication, its own system. What you want to probably get to, and what you would do to make this better, and this is what week 3 is going to be of the security engineering course, is you want to establish a trust, and you want all your systems to trust one system. They'll be like those little green guys in Toy Story, where they're like, the claw determines who will stay and who will go. They will trust that one system. Me and the wife were joking around about that last night. The claw will they got those little aliens, those little squeak toys, and they get picked up by the claw and taken. Well, anyways, it's neither here nor there. The thing is, you'll make all your systems trust one centralized location, and then when you trust that one centralized location, which will typically be through a tool called the protocol is LDAP, lightweight directory authentication protocol, then your systems will trust that one, and then you change your password there like you do at work. At work, you probably change your password in one place, and it changes all across your company because you probably have Active Directory somewhere. Active Directory interfaces with Linux systems through Lightweight Directory Authentication Protocol, LDAP. But you can use LDAP. I'm going to actually build a little LDAP server called Keycloak, and then everybody's going to be able to authenticate and connect their systems to it and stuff. And that's going to be the next week's lab. Not this. Not this week. Will be more of hardening the network and stuff, and next week we'll start to do user and authentication. So, anyways, the point is, there's two ways to do what you're describing. As long as all the VMs are online, you can hit them all with Ansible and change their local stuff, and that would be like a shunt. The eventual way that you want to do it is have your systems in a trust relationship or trust model, where they do their authentication through some other tool. And in this case, SSSD with LDAP is the way that I would do it, or SSSD with whatever your centralized, but in a home lab environment, I just 100% just shoot what's it called, Ansible everywhere. I just use Ansible for connections to everything, and then honestly, I would use keys too, so then it wouldn't matter. But that's also something you can push with Ansible is your keys. So having one-time password to update must be nice. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, if you have a good centralized authentication system, you only have to update a password in one place, and then everything else uses that as the trust authority. So, yeah. So that's the way I would kind of do that. All right, where are we at? We just hit 3 hours and 20 minutes. I'm gonna take a quick break here, and then maybe we'll get some more work in. Let's put our little hourglass up. Where's my hourglass program? Let's my hourglass program up, and let's put the hourglass in front of Notepad. All right, and then we'll go ahead and start that up. So take a little break. I'll just say, hold on, I'll say break. Take a break and walk around. Go take a break and walk around, and then we'll come back. Jones, I'll answer that question when I get back, if that's okay. Long and short of it is I have 4 virtual machines that do all of my stuff in my home lab, and that's the long of it, or that's the short of it. I'll give you the long of it when I get back. We'll go walk around a little bit, stretch my legs out, check my phone. All right. Still got 6 minutes here. Free radius? I don't think I've ever played with that. I've heard of that though, but I've never played with it. Oh, let me pull something up here while I'm waiting. I think I closed this earlier. Yeah, after the last little talk we had, I closed this down. Let me pull up my operational. So I had this operational meeting we talked through. There we go. Man, that's super annoying. All right, anyways, pull this up here so you guys can see. So this was an older one. This is an older tool. This is for Jones. And this was an operational meeting I did at the beginning of this week, or the beginning of this month. And basically I was just showing capacity. Like I was telling the guys, like if you've never sat through like an operational meeting, this is kind of like what a daily or weekly operational team meeting might look like, right? Like we talk about all the hardware status and if it's online or offline. We talk about the system capacity and if we're hitting any red, pain points. Then we talk about system usage, number of logins, and how our customers are doing whatever our customers are. Well, anyways, this is the hardware. So you were saying, like, what am I running all these VMs on? Well, I've got a set of servers that are all virtualized using XCP-ng, and then they are in my home lab environment here. So I can pull them up too real quick. Hold on. XCP-ng, yeah, so they're over here. So here's the 4 machines that you see. And I can go look at each of the machines for their memory, their storage, right? Memory, storage, and then memory and storage. And I can see over here how much CPU. Oh, let me get that. Hold on. I didn't have that thing up. Sorry. So let me pull that back up real quick so you guys can see what I was just saying with memory and storage. So here's the memory and storage, memory and storage, memory and storage, and memory and storage. But then I'm going to move that out of the way for a second so it's out of your way. This is what that looks like so that people don't have to go. Yeah, so that so people didn't have to go and hop in and look at that themselves. I could just show them in the meeting, here's the system, and then I would show like how utilized they are probably. But that's kind of what this next one was. So anyways, this is where I run everything in my home lab. There's 54 lab boxes that you guys have access to. If you're part of the Linux sysadmin or the Linux security engineering course, there's 54 nodes that you guys can get into. Again, they're werewolf nodes. You can reboot them, you can jump into them, do whatever. You connect into those through a Bastion host, which you connect in, and then it automatically, you just tell it which node you want to go to, and it shoots you over there. I'm going to make that better. I have to work on that a little bit. That may even be why that other tool might be a little tenable. This, what's it called? What's that other tool we were just looking at? Let me pull that out of the way, and let me pull this guy out of the way. Put this back. That's why this other tool might be kind of tenable. Get this shit out of the way. Oh, where did it go? We were looking earlier at, what the hell's the name of that tool? Open on Demand. Yeah. So, Open on Demand has the ability to give people all of these different accesses, and I'm wondering if one of them, I actually want to look at this real quick. Is one of them, looks like I can give PyCharm, I can give all these different things and all these different, maybe like if we want to do some data science-y type courses, we'll have a little bit of an area for this as well. So maybe we'll play with this a little bit. But I really kind of was hoping they had the ability to just give XD mod's a good little metrics tool. No, I don't know. We'd have to mess around. But I don't know if they have any of these other things in sight. Alright, anyways, but Coot. That's like what you guys always try to say my name is. Scoot. What a little duck. That's fun. Oh, look at that. What's this little guy doing? We're on break. Oh, we're all done with break. All right. Well, we're just messing around now. Look at some of those pretty cool little screenshots. Apparently those are high resolution too, because they're taking a long time to download. Anyways, bunch of tools to play with, and I would like to really give my people access to a straight command line, but I don't think. I can definitely give them access to all these things, but I was trying to just see if I could pass right through. That stuff's all fine. Good. Alright, anyways. Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff going on in there. Picked up a Dell T420 not too long ago, built out a proper home lab. It's currently just my media server. Yeah, I mean, that's what a lot of the stuff starts out as, right? Like, one of my systems originally does do, even to this day, a lot of my media stuff. And I have Nessus in the home lab, but I don't really use it much. You'll find a Nessus kind of under... sorry, Nessus. No, I was thinking Nagios. No, Nessus, I don't run in the home lab. I used to run Nessus many, many years ago, but ever since Tenable Security got a hold of it, probably a little over 20 years ago, I don't really use it anymore. No, so I don't, Nessus isn't my scanning tool. I use, I scan with, Clam AV. There's an open source Clam antivirus, which is owned by Cisco now, in case you guys don't know. It's kind of under the hood. You got to kind of go look around their page. And then, but it's still open source for now. And then I use another tool called, what's the name of that tool in the home lab here? I know that system's up. Hold on, let me go look at him real quick. Let me see if I can pull him up. He is Wazoo. But he is internal to our system. I don't remember what his number is, so hold on, let me pull him back up here real quick. That's our back. Don't worry about that other stuff there. Where's his IP? Let me go see if I can find his IP real quick. Oh, 183. See if I can get in here still. This is my home lab stuff. I'm pretty sure he's admin, and then I think I have his password somewhere. Let's go see. I think they gave us a password when we first logged in. This big old long. There we go. I don't think that's been able to change yet. Yeah. I haven't looked in this since we first built it. What's our reporting looking like? No reports. I could probably write a report or create a report definition. Say, I don't know. That would be a good one. Log traffic daily report. I don't know. That's what it said. And I don't know. Oh, can we do it as a PDF? That'd be cool. Great. Okay. Apparently we don't have any dashboard set up, so maybe we gotta go make a dashboard first. I don't know what's even there. So many things to choose from. I don't know, data table. Wazoo alerts. All right. I don't know what's in all that, but we keep playing with that. But the point is, there's supposed to be all these different things that are built in, and then we have an agent. We have a set of servers that are actually being tracked. There's Werewolf and Rocky 1. They're the only two that we did. Looks like Werewolf doesn't even have a good status. Oh, he says he's active. Where's the other one? Is the other one down? So then Rocky 1, who's been down, he's been down since February 10th. But he's down because when he rebooted, his package didn't get reinstalled because we didn't set him to come up. But here was his original benchmarks standard for CIS. That's not very good. So here was his scan when we first built him, and how did he do? Which ones did he fail? So that's kind of fun. That's kind of fun, right? You can go see like how the system is right out of the box. This was just right out of the box, and then we could work to harden those and make those better over time if we wanted to. Yeah, Jones. So Wazoo, we actually had 2 problems when we set them up, and I took notes of them, and I really should have sent them back up to him. I never put it in as a pull request like a bug, but they definitely had problems. Amber, I've used OpenVAS years ago. Yeah, OpenVAS is another one that you can use to scan your environment for sure. I don't know how much they're still working on that though. I don't know if it's still a valid tool or not. But yeah, I've seen OpenVAS. Yep. I actually had it in the lab years ago for people to run stuff and test against and all that good stuff. So, yep, it existed. It was here for us. Let that run so we can just see how the cluster is being utilized. Just see the system mostly be clean, and that means nobody's doing anything over there. Open Indiana. I don't think I've ever used that. Is that one any good? I haven't tried it. Yeah, Wazoo was okay. There were a few things we tripped up on, Amber Walker. If you look in our Discord if you just look for Wazoo in there, you'll find where I did the write up, and you'll find where I did a little write up on the problems that we had. So if you try to install it and you have any problems and you run into them, then you'll know how to fix them. Because there were a couple things that didn't do by default correctly, and it caused a problem with the install for us. So we didn't end up. We had to fix it to keep going. So. What is this? I got more messages from people. Alright. Got messages from people. All right. Sorry, guys. I was looking at something on my phone. My buddy sent me a. They sent me a clip, some video of something. I had to watch it real quick. Yeah, Jones, if you go look in our Discord, let me pull this up real quick. I think if you go, I think it was in meeting notes. I did it. If you go in meeting notes and you scroll back a little ways, a lot of times you'll run into stuff that I was working on during stream, and it's not that far back up, but it was. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was under meeting notes. Yeah, here's our Wazoo stuff. And I mentioned in here, here's the Wazoo install, where I did it, how much storage I gave it, what host it was on. I came in down here and I talked about the indexer. The indexer, the server, and the dashboard were all on the same system, right? I didn't hook them up on different systems. I did it all. And then I came in here and checked everything. Agents need to properly have their variables set before they install, so that's true. But I put in here, when we first did this, I thought I put in here there were a couple things that I configured and fixed in there. Oh, you had to do this. You had to make the directories for that, because Big Baby Java wasn't going to work by itself, so you had to make those. And you had to change the permissions. And you had to do all this, or this wasn't going to work. So this had to change for it to work, for sure. And then there was also one other thing that had to change for sure for this to work. And I don't see it. But you had to make sure that these were good after it all worked. You definitely have to change these values to be the right ones for each node. And that's fine. And then when the nodes come up, you just have to run this to start. Agents were having problem, but that wasn't that big of a deal. That was something that we found out later. But yeah, in the initial install, there were definitely two problems, and one of them is defined right here, that they didn't make those directories. Anyways, yeah, those are things that I had run into. So yeah, Wazoo works well. Yeah, Jones, we were on stream, and that's the only reason I stuck with it and fixed it when I did it. Otherwise, I would have just given up on it and been like, screw this. But because we were working on it on stream, I was like, I'll give this a little more of a shot, and then I got it working that day. So let's pull those notes off just so they're not over the thing anymore. But yeah, we weren't, like, I don't really use that Wazoo program. I probably should, and probably should turn some stuff into it and throw some more data at it and stuff. But yeah, it was fine. It was fine for us messing with it and playing with it like we kind of did. It was pretty all right. Oh yeah, there's our lab dying. So we'll back out one more. Go just to our normal Linux labs. So, you know, we got a lot of labs that show you guys how to use stuff. These are outside of any of the courses. These are just extra things for you guys to work on if you don't feel like you're very good at Linux. So. All right. So, got all of our other stuff going. Yeah, we've got the labs. Again, these courses are going. They're free right now. We got a lot of people signed up. Let's see how many people we got signed up right now. We always get a lot because, again, free is a great price. But we're up to 115 for the Linux admin course. We were at 208 last year when we ran it. Unfortunately, then Discord wiped it and set it back down to 0 for some reason. But I'd like to see us get up over 200 again. I mean, we only had about 8 people finish it. So good to see people try again. Linux Security Engineering course has jumped up to 90. So this one's not a basic course either, too. It says right here, this is not a beginner course. We're not doing easy stuff. And if you already missed the first week and haven't caught up yet, you're gonna feel real behind this next week, I'm sure. But we're going fast. I told you guys that too. And then there's the writers' room, which are the people that are kind of cleaning up behind everybody and making sure that you guys are getting good good course material. They're doing a good job of giving you guys all that extra stuff that we have in the Discord, but they're turning it into a permanent set of courses for you guys to go look at later. So, Jones, you said you teach adult IT and just finished A+, but probably share your labs with students. Yeah, absolutely, do it. I tell people all the time, man. Linux is such a good place to go and kind of test the waters of how deep you want to go in some of this stuff. And not everybody wants to be a Linux engineer, but most people that want to be high tech have to touch some type of Linux. You don't have to live in Linux to do it, but you do have to probably know the basics of it to do a lot of other things. So yeah, tell people to get in there. All of Killer Coda, I would tell you guys, all of Killer Coda is great. My labs are focused on the things that I do, but if you just go to Killer Coda, there's other guys that want to teach you Linux and Git. There's people that want to teach you about, these are me, HashiCorp and Ansible. But then there's so much stuff out here that you might want to go spend some time with, right? Yeah, there's so many things out there. And we just keep plugging away and making more and more labs, so you guys have more and more stuff to work on and work through. And I think most people that have worked through the labs think that there's some value, even if you know a good amount about systems, you still pick up a lot of stuff in here. So I think there's a lot to get in and pour over. My labs are designed in such a way that you just hit the button and they'll finish for you. But other guys, some of our other guys like Fisherman, he made the labs in such a way that you're like a sysadmin trying to figure the thing out. He doesn't give you the answer. You got to know him. So yeah, and do a bunch of PowerShell stuff. Nice. I actually do have PowerShell stuff down in the Discord if anybody wants it. But you got to find it. It's down. I don't really show it much, but it's here. You go to our old, back in the day, originally we had kind of these, where was that? I want to say it was off-topic resources. It's way at the beginning of this. Off-topic because it's not Linux, right? Linux is topic. It's off-topic resources, and it's the very beginning. Sure, it was the very beginning. Yeah, I have these PowerShell challenges that I wrote all the way up through 10, and then this is what one of the guys that did really well, and he's now an SRE, but this is what he wrote from the end of it. So the challenge that you had to write, actually this is something from inside of a company. This is the challenge here, I think. Yeah, because here's the things. Here's the requirements. You have to use 3 variables, a loop, a decision structure, a function, a URI to call, and output to at least 1 file, and then he said at least 1 feature of PowerShell that we didn't discuss. So this is what he did. This is one of our guys that went on to do, I think, good things. He's got a lot of cool stuff, and he gave me permission to post all that too. Hey, Miss Sapphire, welcome to the chat. We are hanging out and doing Linux and just kind of not working too hard. I think I'm waiting for the wife to come home. She should be home soon. And then I'm going to go and I think we're going to go eat dinner with her parents. So we're going to go over there. But does your PowerShell run through Linux CLI PowerShell core? No, if I run it through, there's a tool called, what the hell is that? PowerShell ISE. I use the PowerShell ISE. That's a pretty easy way to do it. But I don't really use it. I don't do much PowerShell. Some of you guys know, so when I was the platform engineering lead at AAA, which was a few years back, I was over all the Linux, about 1,500 servers, and all the Windows 3,500 servers. So I did both of them. So I was over both of them. So ISE is deprecated. I don't even know. They use just VS. Oh, well, that's fine. Yeah, it's still on my system, so I still use it. But again, I don't really use it anymore. I haven't been the platform engineering lead for a while, but did I use it to hit thousands of machines? Yes. The vehicle I used to deploy PowerShell was always Ansible. I do everything with Ansible, specifically Ansible Tower or automation platform now. Ansible automation platform now. But it used to be Tower back in the day, so that's how I do everything. Yeah, Jones, that's true. If you want to do networking, Linux is still the heart of it. And I started out networking. I got a CCNA back in 2002. I was just I was just a infantry guy running around with my rifle, going to college at night, and I just got a CCNA. And then I went to Iraq in '03, and I got out, and I was like, well, I can program the shit out of a router and a switch, but I don't even know what a server is. And then I went and did all that stuff. So yeah, Miss Sapphire. Well, that sucks. I guess you guys are stuck on ads for 43 more seconds, but I can't do much about that. I guess I should just hit the ads button when I go on break, huh? That would be probably the best thing. Do a break and hit the ads button. I don't know. I don't think I've ever ran an ad inside of Linux or inside of Twitch the entire time I've done this. I think the ads just run whenever they run, and I don't think I've ever actually pushed a button to run one. That's terrible. I know. Oh, Q, giving out gifted subs. That's very nice of you. But, by the way, when you get a sub, make sure you always tell somebody thank you. But also, it means you don't have to watch ads for a month. So that's awesome. So hopefully somebody got that needs it. So, but I definitely appreciate you guys hanging out and all this stuff. I'm not going anywhere just yet. I do got to see when the wife's coming home though. So let me text her. Maybe we'll start doing some labs. Maybe we'll start working through some labs and making sure we got some other stuff going on here in the environment here. Also, another fun thing. This will be fun. I moved to this newer office, and then my wife was like, "Hey, you should give me a little room in your office for me to sit and do stuff when you're in there." And I was like, "All right." So I ordered her a little desk today. So she's got a shorter desk, not short, but like less wide than me. But she'll only be in here like less often than me, so she'll get that. And then I ordered her a little laptop pad, kind of like I have, that lifts your laptop up and then like cools it from underneath, you know, like I have one of those little things that like cools it. And then she found a laptop that she likes, so we're gonna look at it later, and then I might order it for her. So yeah, gift subs are cool. Hopefully some of you guys got them, so you don't have to watch any ads for a while. But Q, I definitely appreciate that, and keeps everybody motivated, keeps everybody coming back, so that's always good. Jones said, yeah, your short career has primarily been in service provider networking and data centers, and I've been working to learn servers and OSs. Yep, I think hopefully that's something we can help you with, because that's almost all I've been doing. When I got out of the Army, I worked as a LAN tech, which is a local area network technician for a school district, and then I moved up to being the firewall administrator and the wireless administrator. So I did a lot of wireless site surveys, and I did a lot of blocking firewall traffic both in and out, because kids do just as much ratchet shit as the internet does. I mean, you got to tax both ways there. So, well, it's good, Q. Yeah, I appreciate that. Hopefully, well, if nothing else, hopefully you can get more value out of the Discord as well. So, yeah, I try to sit here and amuse you guys. I'm like the little good fellas, the pigeons. What was that called? Good Feathers. Good Feathers from the Pinky and the Brain, which was part of the Animaniacs, if you guys remember them. And they used to go, what am I here to amuse you? What do you mean I'm amusing? And then he'd just beat the other pigeon up all the time, no matter what he said. He's like, no, I just mean you're like a nice guy. And he's like, what do you mean I'm a nice guy? And it's a knock position in the Discord if anyone has experience. Yeah. Oh, nice, Q. Yeah, we need to get more people ready. I mean, I know some of our guys have went off and done some data center stuff, and I can't imagine that we helped much with that, except that we maybe helped a little bit on the Linux side. But Yeah, we've had, I mean, over the years, we've definitely had hundreds of people go off and get jobs in the field. And I know for sure, I know personally hundreds of people who have gone and gotten into Linux because of the stuff that we work on and stuff. So, yeah. But for me, yeah, sorry. So then I got tired of doing networking and I was like, screw this, I'm going to go do Linux. And then I've been a Linux guy ever since. So, but I did Linux at the school district. Actually, the first time I ever did Linux project was it deconflicted millions and millions of dollars of a project over something nobody had ever thought of, and I just used a SOCKS 5 proxy and got it all working through my firewall in a way that we were going to have to scrap one of these $1 million projects at the school district because they didn't consider it. When I said it said $1 million right there, I said millions of dollars. It was like a $20 million project butting up against another $20 million project, and I put one free SOCKS 5 proxy server out there and fixed the conflict between the two of them. And it was wild to me that like nobody had thought of this other stuff. Nobody had understood this consideration. I hadn't been included in any of the discussions, and here I was just fixing it with like the simplest little tool. If you wonder what was happening, was we had done a firewall project we were bringing in Computer Associates, CA, and we were moving away from a thing called WebSense. And WebSense it was very easy. The kids could just refresh their browsers really fast, and they could get past anything that the WebSense could do because it wasn't in line. And then the CA, the Computer Associates, was in line. It was a inline, so all the servers, all the stuff in the whole school district had to be set to go through the proxies of the CA, right? But the CA, which was Computer Associates, could only be 80, 80, 80, 443, and 8443. Those were your ones. It was 80, and then it was 8080, and then it was 8080, and then it was 443 and 8443. Those were the 4 ports that could go through. But we had a library program that had to go out on like 100. It had to go on out on like 5,000 something. And to make the CA work in such a way that I knew that nobody could get out, I had to invert the firewall rules. We had 2PIX 525 firewalls, and firewalls have a trusted internal interface and an external untrusted interface. And what I did was I no longer allowed the internal interface to be trusted. I blocked all ports and all traffic. So then what happened was the only way to get out was to go through one of these lower port numbers that you had to know about, and no clients were assigned to them. And so if somebody knew how to get out, they could, but the systems that we had that exist up there that had to talk out through this library program had to talk out through port 5000, and they couldn't. They couldn't talk out because the proxy servers that the CA had provided could only talk on those 4 ports, not that other one. So I put a little SOCKS 5 proxy out there in Linux that was able to get out, and then I pointed all of them to that, and it worked. It was basically like, it almost seemed like I just had a big wall there with like a little tunnel underneath, and I could just put a little SOCKS 5 proxy there, point them all out, and it all worked. And that deconflicted the whole problem. That was the whole problem right there. That was the first time I ever used Linux, and it solved a multi-million dollar problem between 2 huge systems. Yeah, that's the very first thing I ever did in Linux. Well, before that, me and my boss had like hacked his TiVo, but that doesn't really count. It was his TiVo, and we got in there and turned on the FTP server so that we could pull shit off of his server. And then TiVo used to sue people, and then TiVo got sued by the so TiVo is the reason that the GPL2 GNU Public License version 2 had to be amended to GPL version 3, was because of those guys. And what they did was they took a free and open source tool and then said, no, you can't modify it, and you can't have the source code either. And everybody was like, the fuck? You took a GPL2 code and then you changed the license on it, which is literally against the license. And they're like, no, and then they won in court. I don't know how they won in court, but I know they won in court. I didn't go look at the court, but you can go look it up, TiVo versus GPL2, and they won. Yeah, and that's why GPL3 exists. You can go look that up. But yeah, Q, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with using Linux to set up a Minecraft server. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's what defeated GPL2 was the that bullshit. All right. Yeah, they gave me a bonus. No, I worked for a school district. They didn't give me nothing. Yeah, I missed that part, but they didn't give me nothing. I got nothing out of that. No, but you know what? You know what's good about the school district is I met my wife there, so that's kind of cool. She's still at the school district. I didn't get summers off, but summers felt like they were off because. So what would happen in summer was like 9 weeks, right? I think it was like 9 weeks of summer. Me and my buddy Josh Potts and this guy Steve Heck, we would just get together, and what we would do in summer is we would image all the all the computers in our schools. So we had broken up, like I had Peoria High School and I had like Canyon Elementary. So I had a high school and an elementary. Some guys had 3 elementary schools, some guys had 1 high school because it was so big. But I had Peoria High School and I had Canyon Elementary, and then my buddy Josh had like 3 grade schools, and my buddy Steve had like a few grade schools, and I don't know. But anyways, we would go at the beginning of summer, and this was back, guys, we were still using floppies back then to do just a Ghost boot, and Ghost was a Norton tool, and it would just basically do like a Pixie boot, and then it would pull the new image, and it would build the system, right? So it would almost like kick off like what my Werewolf does, but only the first time and only when you put the disc in. And me and Steve and Josh would just go, and for that 1 week at the beginning of summer, we would descend on each of our different schools, and we would just hit every system in there. So then everything would be imaged, and then we would just have 8 weeks to mess around. So, Clips, hate to drag you. Is it up? Ansible playbook backup is documented as a straight playbook or via bash script? Oh, no. So hold on. That's not really, I don't really have like an is it up. Hold on, I'll show you what it is. I don't really have an is it up playbook. If you're talking about, are you talking about like the one that goes, hold on. Are you talking about like this one that goes here in, where's our sandbox? Right here in our sandbox. And like this one that shows me if a system is up or not? I'll show you this. This is like the easiest thing ever. Wait, can you guys see that? Yeah. Are you asking like, so when I go check against like 1,000 servers, what servers are reachable or not? Is this what you want to see? Eclipse. If you, yeah, okay, yeah. Let me show you how this works. So this is actually, you're going to look at this and you're going to go, that's stupid simple. Why is this a thing that other people don't do? And I go, I don't know why people don't do it. They have it. So real quick, let's go for a background real quick. Let's go look at something real quick in Ansible. And we're going to say variables. I'm going to link this to you guys real quick. So, no, hold on. Special variables right here. I'm going to link this to you guys real quick so you guys can all follow along real quick. So Ansible, I know I'm not on stream. Like, I know I'm not on stream where you guys can see me. But just pretend that you could see me right now. And what Ansible does is just pretend that I'm throwing a little sack over my shoulder like I'm like Santa Claus or something. I got a big sack over my shoulder, right? That's what I always imagine. Ansible runs around as you're doing some execution, and as it goes, if you tell it to gather facts from the servers, it will. And for the entirety of the execution of the playbook or whatever you're running, Ansible will stuff every variable it can in this sack that it carries around. Yeah, Santa. I know him. I know him, Santa. He's like yelling. My wife loves Elf. But I want to show you guys this. There's these 2 variables that'll always be there. There's Ansible play hosts, and it says lists of the hosts in the current play, not limited by serial. Failed unreachable hosts are excluded from this list. And then there's Ansible play hosts all. So I want you guys to imagine something for a second. Ansible play hosts all are all those people that get up on the day of a marathon that stand at the beginning of a marathon race line. There's 10,000 of them. And they all think that they're about to finish this play. They're going to finish this fucking race. But the ones that make it to the end are these ones. The Ansible play hosts all are the ones that made it to the end. Some of those people, these are different lists. Some of those people got up and started the day. They were all of the ones targeted by the play. But some people did not make it to the end. They fell by the wayside, right? They were unreachable. This is the crux right here. And again, Ansible always has this pack on its back of all the values. So then look, this is what we do. Watch. This is the whole play. So come do the lab with me if you want. I'll link the lab to you guys that want to do it with me. You can literally do the lab with me right now. And then I tell you guys all the time, if this is useful to you, go steal it and use it in your own playbooks. And then you'll be like, wow, I can always do that. Yes, you can always do what I'm about to show you right here. 100% of the time you can do this. Yep. Oops, this thing's still installing, but I'm going to make it bigger. And here's the lab over here. You've decided to be using Ansible and use it as a template tool. You're going to use Jinja 2 to stamp a report back to you, letting you know how the run went on all the servers. After completing this testing, you expect this to run against hundreds of nodes and know which nodes it did or didn't complete on. All right, so here's the tip. We're just going to copy that all over. Let's look at our solution. So we ls, we cat hosts. There's our 2 hosts in our host file, right? Huh. Yeah, Q, take it. I tell you guys all the time, man, it was stolen when I got it. No, I wrote this one myself, actually. But I didn't do anything special. These are the variables right here, guys. These are the variables right here, watch. You can look at them and you can say, that's exactly what Scott's about to show me. I did not do anything even clever here. Watch this. So here's, on the left, it shows what you're doing. But over here on the right, let's say more template.yaml. All right. So Ansible's going to start, and it's going to gather facts from both of the servers. Now, both of the servers are right here defined in servers. Boom. So there's 2 servers that are going to start this playbook. They're going to start off at the beginning. Then we're going to do an uptime on them both, and we're going to do a report on them. And then we'll go look at what that report looks like. That report's going to come here from Jinja, and it's going to be stamped back only on this local machine. So let's go look at that Jinja report. And it says, here's a stamping of the time and time. And so it's Ansible date time.time and Ansible date time.date. And now we get to my unreachable systems. And it says for host in Ansible playhost all. So that's that playhost variable that we did earlier. So we're going to loop over everybody that got to the starting line. Then we're going to come down here and say if that host is not in the people that made it to the end of the race, then put his name right there. Scott did not complete the race. Scott was found crying on the side of the road. I don't care why he's not there. He's just not there, right? Doesn't matter why. I don't know why he's not there, guys. He could have broke his ankle. He could have just broken down in tears. He could have been picked up by a hawk. I literally don't know what happened to him. I just know he's not at the end. Does that make sense? That's from those 2 special variables we were just looking about. Here's the guys at the starting line. If that host is not in the ending line, if I look down the list and don't see his name, I drop his name right there. All right. Then there's this other one. This one gets a little more involved, but it's the same thing. And then I look in the host vars for the host. So like in the first case, it'll be control plane or node 01. So in control plane, if he's got uptime defined, then we look for day in there. And if day is in uptime.standard out, then it would say that he's not rebooted in the last day, which the reason I would need to know this is, let's say I patched all my servers and rebooted them, but I found out that like 23 of them had not rebooted. Well, I would find them out by doing this. If they don't have day, watch this. He doesn't have day in this. Look at this. There's no day in there. You only see a day in a server that's been up longer than a day. See the word day right there? Servers that have been up less than a day in the word uptime do not have the word day in their value for standard out. I'm not being sneaky there. That's just how Linux works, right? All right, so anyways, let's go run this. Let's run the playbook. We'll go hit all the information. And we got to node 1, we got to node 02, we got all the way to the end. And then we look at the report for right now. Paste it. The report will be there. It'll be your time. There's no unreachable systems and there's no hosts who have been up longer than a day. So now I'm just going to echo Scott node into root hosts. I'm just making up a node. There's a node that doesn't exist, Scott node. And now I'm going to rerun that playbook real quick. Now Scott node started at the starting line, even though he's not real. And then he will immediately not be found. He's unreachable. But he was at the starting line. So was he at the starting line? And then now we're going to go and we're going to do the newest report, which is probably going to be like just past this one. So like 517, right? Instead of whatever the other one was. And then now there's that unreachable node. But the reason he's unreachable is because he was not found to be. He was at the starting line, but he did not make it to the end for, again, I don't know if he got hit by a bus. In this case, he said he was going to race and he never even showed up because he doesn't exist, right? He was found to be wanting, he was found to be missing, and then he was shown up there. This is such a useful thing. Guys, I have a playbook that checks things before I do a patching on 1,000 nodes, and it tells me all the unreachable nodes up front. And at the end of the night, when we're trying to figure out why the last 10 nodes aren't up and why patching was or wasn't successful, I go back and I look at those unreachable nodes. I actually post them up early and say, guys, look, we don't give a shit about these. They were already down. We're not going to waste the rest of our night on a Saturday night patching, trying to get nodes up that were already down. We're going to complete our change record, and then we're going to tell the teams, hey, I don't know why your servers were down, but I did patching on the servers that were up. Does that make sense? So there we go. Yeah, it's a big hawk. Well, not if you're very small. I was wrestling this weekend, and we were at a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu camp out in California, me and my buddies, and one of the girls that showed up was, God, she must have been all of about 4'10" maybe. She was tiny. Hawk probably could have gotten her. I'm just kidding. No, but that's the magic. And then you say, well, what about? So let me show you this. This is a cool thing about Ansible. You can always just put this at the start of every playbook that you do this stamp to, and you can always just do this at the end. And everything else you want to do, you just add as many of these things as you need for whatever your use case is. And I have examples up in our Discord of this, where they're all up in Ansible code, right? That was us looking at the stuff earlier. Let me go. I know I have an example of it not too far back, but we were looking at. This was me deploying like Radix to a bunch of servers. We didn't worry about that. Hold on. Radix is a tool to pull a bunch of that was like an API one. That one doesn't matter. Oh, that one still hits unreachable systems though. But it wasn't really unreachable systems. It was records. I should have fixed that template, but whatever. Other stuff going on. Guys, there's always a lot of stuff in Discord. There's a lot of stuff to review through. And if you see anything and ask questions, just go find the person who wrote it. That was Olama. We were writing Olama stuff. Hitting an API and running questions against a bot, right? And making a little bot that answers stuff. No, that was somebody doing cool stuff. That was Q doing stuff. That was code that I was writing for something. Pushing files around in the lab. All right, anyways, there's a bunch of stuff up here to go play with. But the point is, you could add whatever other thing. You can piece Ansible together like a Frankenstein's monster, and just keep doing more and more stuff. Yeah. But yeah, the point is, it's here. This stuff is there. We have literally years and years of better architects and better engineers than me writing code. Guys, I do very simple things and I do them well. I work with people who show me way better stuff all the time, and I'm like, oh, that's cool. I'm not smart enough for that. And then I just go do my simple stuff, and everybody's happy that my simple stuff works, right? I don't do super advanced stuff. I tell you guys that all the time. Like, I'm very good engineer at very simple stuff. So that is true, Q. I was there when Ansible came out one time at AAA, and we're like, you should never log into one of your servers again. And we're like, the F are you talking about? Trying to get us out of here, trying to get rid of all the sysadmins. We were like, no, we will continue doing our stuff. So anyways, that's where we're at. So yeah, Alexi, thanks for that over on YouTube. Said thanks for your teaching. Really appreciate it. I'm not selfish with my knowledge. No, you know what I want? I actually want one of you guys to. I need to find one of you to knock me off the top so I can just go retire. I always tell my junior engineers that I'm like, come, it's all the knowledge is free. Just come take it. Then they'll always be asking me something, but then they'll show me stuff that's like way more complex than anything I know how to do. I just know how to do the basics well. That's all you really need. Miss Sapphire, I'm gonna tell you one of the best things you can do is just go. I'm convinced, and maybe this is just me. I'm convinced that like the main things you need to do to get into any tool is to get it installed, to get the inventory for Ansible, and then just see like the most basic things work. And I'll give you guys these links, but yeah, if you just see the most basic thing works, you'll probably run off like most people that I know do and just be better than me at it right away. Because I'll just show you all these basic things that have worked for me, and then you'll be like, oh, that's cool. I can go do that, or I can add this to that, and then you just keep going. But yeah, if you do the labs, let me know. I'm constantly trying to make them better. I do need to add more Ansible labs. I have a couple of hidden Ansible labs. They're not hidden on purpose. They're just hidden because they belong more with HashiCorp. But I'll show you guys. If you guys want to do my most complex lab, I'll show it to you. You guys want to see the most challenging lab I have? Here it is. It is using Ansible to read secrets from Vault. So Vault is a tool from HashiCorp. And I will link this to you guys if you guys want to do. We'll do the lab and I'll probably be done for the day. Because I've been hanging out on stream all day. But I happen to think this is a good lab. And I think that you guys will like this if you like this kind of stuff. So if you do the lab, you'll get this little image here. And what I do is I open image in new tab so that it pops up like this. This is what we're going to do. We're going to set up Vault, which is a HashiCorp tool. We're going to create a secret in there. We're going to enable user pass authentication. We're going to create a user. We're going to give that user some permissions to be able to read that secret. And then we're going to use Ansible to send in a username and password, get back a token, send the token to read the secret, and get the secret. What Ansible does from there would be like, this is like the definition of using Ansible as like a CI/CD pipeline. What would happen in the real world is this creation of a secret would be like some developer team. Some developer team would need me to stand up because I have the permissions and my Ansible can be root in the environment or up in the whatever. They would put in like the link to maybe they would put in there the username and password to the database that they have. And then I would come in and do this and get the username and password to then, as I set up the environment, cause whatever application that I'm deploying and whatever tooling that I'm deploying for them to be able to connect back to that database. And then now Scott here, some engineer named Scott, would no longer ever need to touch their secret. Now, could I touch their secret? Yes, absolutely. I can see their secret in the playbook and all that stuff. Sure, it's not that type of protection, but it's a protection from error. It's a protection from me having to talk to them before I deploy something because the secret's always there, if that makes sense. They're the ones that control the secret. I just built the playbook. All right, so this is the thing right here at the start that's going to tell you what we're doing. So here's what we're going to do. You can go look at the tip, and here's the solution. We're going to run the dev server. And the dev server's running in the background now. And it says, don't run the dev mode in production. And I'm like, that's fine. And then I'm going to come in here and I'm going to export this first line. This first line is always exactly the same. And the reason it's always exactly the same is because it's always this local machine, right? But then I need to pick this vault token right here. So I'm going to export their vault token. Control-Shift-V. And the vault token is going to be this value that just popped up right here. There's a value right here for the root token right here, right? So I'm going to grab it. I'm going to come down here. I'm going to hit Control-Shift-V, and that's the vault token. So look, I put in two values here. I exported the vault address and the vault token. And if I did those two things correctly, this next command will work. Yeah, see, I can talk to the vault that's locally running on my machine. ss-ntulp grep-i for 8200, and there I see vault running, and I've talked to it via my system, right? Let's make that a little bigger for you guys. Boom. So if that's right, and if everything's good, I can move forward in the lab. All right. So now watch. You've created the vault. Now we're going to build a secret, and then we're going to build a user and all those kind of things. So we'll look at the secrets that are there, and we're using key value type 2. So watch right here. It should say version 2 for our key value, right? So we're using the key value version of 2. And the reason that is because that's a default. So we're just going to put a secret. We're going to pretend that we're some dev team, and we're going to put a secret at app1 values. And the secret is going to have 2 key value pairs of username secret user and password super secure. So try to remember those. They're very, very important, right? Quartz 1, how's it going? We're doing good. I'm just kind of messing around today. We're kind of having fun. And then Vault, because by the way, I'm the root user right now as far as Vault's concerned. I can read that path. So we put that path, and then we read that path right here, and it gave us the 2 pieces of data out of there. But I can only read that because, again, I have the Vault token, the secret token, right, on this command line. So that's cool. That's good. But nobody's going to be giving out these root tokens, and nobody's going to be doing that, and our pipelines aren't going to be using that. So the lab says you've got Vault running. Now you've created the secret. Now you need to create a programmatic access to access that secret. So we're going to give Vault the ability to use users via username and password. So we're going to give password authentication. Then we're going to, so there we go. We're going to create a user. We're going to give them a password, and we're going to make a policy for them. So this is a lot, right? Like if you're not a Vault person, we really care about the Ansible side of this. This Vault stuff is just to get through it, but you can learn a lot, right? So we're going to enable auth pass. Enable the auth of user pass. So now users can log in with username and password. And we're going to write a user named Ansible and give them a password Ansible12shift34, right? That says the username and password. So Ansible1234, all right? Then we're going to go make a policy for him that says if you're in the path secret, remember it was secret app1 and whatever, you can create, read, update, delete, what we call CRUD. Create, read, update, delete, right? That's the word CRUD. But then because we're a key version 2, we can list and patch. List will show all the old versions, and patch can update the version. So create, read, update, delete are the basic things we do to any piece of data. List shows old versions, and patch can update to a newer version of a key. So we don't really care about that. I'm just telling you those are the 6 functions you can do in key version 2. If you're in key version 1, you can only CRUD. I don't know. I think that's funny. Anyways, there's our file. All right. So now we're going to write that policy into the Vault, and now it's called Ansible policy. And then we're going to read. We're going to write that policy to the user. So look, that user Ansible has that policy, Ansible policy, and then we're going to read that user, and we're going to see that he has Ansible policy. So the Ansible user has Ansible policy, and along the path secret, he can touch, so remember secret data apps and these values, he can read everything under secret. Now, maybe for security, we wanted to go down, he can read secret data app 1. We only wanted him to be able to read down in there, sure. But for now, our policy is set to, maybe not the rule of least privilege like we might, but like we acknowledge things and we look them in the face and we say, I could have done that better. But then we move on. Okay, everything in Vault's set up, so now we're going to use Ansible to pull everything. So this is how we do Ansible. We install it, get Ansible on the system, and we're going to make this basic little secret read value. And I'll show you it here in a second, but I can just grab it all right here. Boom, here's everything, Control C. And we're going to call it root secret-read.yaml. And we're going to go and we're going to use a URI module, and we're going to go hit our internal thing, and we're going to pass in some information. So let's watch this real quick. I didn't give an option. Okay, I was going to say I didn't give an option for this one to just be, like I don't think I wrote this one and put it in like the answers file. I'll go check real quick, but I don't think I did that. Come on, system. You're stuck at 98. You could do this better, system. All right, let's cd to answers. No, I didn't do it. Cd to root. I didn't put it in there. All right. So let's vi root secret read.yaml, and you can use YAML or YML. I don't care. Control Shift V to paste it. And look, we're going to go against localhost. We're going to hit this URL, which is localhost at 8200 version 1 auth user pass login with the username. We're going to give the username at the command line. And then here's some values. We got to use JSON. And in the body, we're going to give the password. And then we're going to register what comes out and debug it to look at it. All right? Escape :WQ. And then we're going to run that playbook. We're going to run that playbook by giving the username and password as well, which is not the best way to do things. We shouldn't be passing things at the command line, but we're going to look at that here in a second. Come down here. We talked to the system, and it gave us back a JSON auth client token here. And that client token is associated to those read permissions that we just saw earlier. Is everybody clear on this? It's fine. All right. We're going to come down here. We're going to create a vault. We're going to secure this real quick. And now we're going to give it a password, and I'm going to give it the password Ansible 1234. Ansible 1234, just for fun. And then in here, we're going to drop those two values as JSON. Oops, username should be username. Boom. Now we no longer have to put those at the command line, but we do have to go fix our secret to have these extra variables right here. So I'm going to add this, whoops, I'm going to add this line right here. I like it here. And it's vars files. And now we're going to use, you can indent it, or you can just do it right here. It doesn't matter. Like this. It doesn't matter. And then we're going to say root vault.yaml. And that does have to be the same. So if you have the vault.yaml correctly there, you have to use the same thing in there. And then now we're going to run that same playbook, but we're going to ask for the password. And the password was Ansible 1234. I think I just messed that up. I did. Right? And now this is going to read, it's going to put those values in, and we're going to get our new client token. So we've got a client token. The path to it is json.auth.client_token, and there's our value. So that's our key, json.auth.client token. And actually the full value is user_connect.json.auth.client_token. All right, we're going to need that in a second. It says it right here. And now we're going to add a little piece underneath it. So watch this, Shift-G, O, and we're going to say, here is how we then go read the secret. Here. I'm going to actually back this, Control-C. I'm going to back this all out so I can just paste that whole thing, Control-Shift-V. And now, look, we're going to read the secret from that same thing, but now we're going to the path. We're not just logging in, now we're using the path, and we're going to pass back in as this XVault token as a header, the user connect JSON auth client token that we got just a little while ago. And then we're going to read the secret creds out to a variable, and we're going to post them just so we can see them. Escape :WQ. And we're going to do that same thing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now it's going to run. We're going to debug the first thing up here. We got a new client token, right? This is, again, user_connect.json.auth.client_token. We fed that back in to the reading of the configs. And now we have a secret_creds.json.data.password and .username for secret user and secret password. Do you guys see the data is there? The data are there, right? Now I can go debug just those variables if I want. Again, we wouldn't be showing these. We would be using these variables. But in the playbook, we go here, Shift-G-O, Control-Shift-V to drop those in, Escape :WQ. Reread the playbook, Ansible, run it, and it'll show you at the bottom, these were values that, again, if this was a connect string to somebody's database with the password, I would have it all right here. I don't have to print it out to the screen, obviously. I don't even have to record it. I can say no log on it, which I should do. But I could plug this into some part of the playbook that deploys a MySQL deployment and or deploys an app, and then in the app I access this variable that now Ansible's carrying along with it, and I can then super securely deploy your Flask application to connect back to like a MariaDB or a Postgres database, right? Those kind of things. So Again, as I tell you guys all the time, look at you setting up Ansible, doing all these things. This is what we just did. This right here. That's what that lab is. But I show you guys all the time. You don't have to be like a software engineer extraordinaire to understand these basic things. That's not what I do all day. I'm the guy that they come to when they need to deploy this stuff correctly. And I go, just give me an environment file, tell me where your values are, and I'll go pull them out of Vault. This is what we do, right? So this is one of my more challenging labs, but I think it's something you guys can absolutely do, and you can absolutely get better at. So, there's that. Also, you guys are welcome to join Discord. I haven't been talking about Discord too much, but there's all kinds of Discord stuff up here, and you guys can hop in there and talk shop with other people. Down here is beginner start here. There's all kinds of fun stuff in here. Shows you some basic Linux stuff. There's some certs and stuff that you guys can go get that are free. These are certs that are free that I know of. Other people in the Discord have taken a lot of these certs, so they can help you with them. Miss Sapphire, those variables only exist for that session, yes. For that run of that playbook that one time, yes. The variables themselves that are set in Vault are there forever, but they're only accessible to me in my execution there, yes. Yep. I know of them no other way. I never touch them any other way. If they update them, I don't care. However, I could list different versions of the variables and try them in case like a deployment failed or something. But I didn't go that far in that playbook. That playbook's very simple. So what is this? all right, fair enough. I'm colorblind, so I couldn't do that anyways, but that's funny. It would be even fun. I think this would be even funnier if it was where the aggregate of all the resistors shown are 220 ohms, right? That would be, I think, even funnier. But maybe I'm not an engineer. I'm not an electrical engineer, anyways. So maybe that wouldn't be as funny to other people, but that's funny to me. People are in here talking about stuff. You guys are always welcome to hang out. There's the Linux sysadmin course that's running. Again, we're in week 1 still. Well, we're started week 2, but week 2 is officially starting this Saturday. But you guys can catch up if you need to still. So it's not too late. Not too late to get in there and do all the stuff that you guys want to do. So, and Manumetal, that's a great name. Hopefully this stuff's useful to you. Thanks for the follow. If you guys have any questions, let me know. I'll probably be on for just a little while longer. I think the wife is just getting home right now, so I'm gonna get off of here soon. Oh, that's. I'm gonna have to finish this build out. I only built the one ever, but I need to write a playbook to deploy all the other ones. So I'm gonna leave Wazoo up so I remember to do that later. Yeah, Miss Sapphire, the token that you get from Vault is an OAuth token. Yeah. That is actually truly what it's using. It just has like HSN or HVN in front of it or whatever it is, but it is technically an OAuth token. Yeah. And when you feed it back in, you have to give it in that exact x headers format that I did there. So there's no other way that'll work. So. Yeah. So good. All right. Well, shoot, I'm going on 4.5 hours. So, well, hopefully this stuff's useful to you guys. Again, hang out down in the Discord. That's where most of the stuff's popping. We should find somebody to raid over on the Twitch side. But on the YouTube side, you know, you guys just come and hang out when you get a chance. I don't have anything cool to send you guys. But yeah, you'll find more cool stuff down in the Discord than I even can talk about in a stream because we've been around doing that stuff so long. So let's go find somebody to raid on the Twitch side. Let's see who's on right now. Who am I following? Who's doing stuff? We need somebody of similar size in the same category. Anybody doing anything right now that's interesting? I don't see anybody doing anything too interesting. So computer booter's on. I guess we could go over there. I'll make you guys a deal. We won't raid anywhere today, but I definitely appreciate you guys coming by, and I will talk to most of you later on this week. Take care.